Good morning, everyone. The joint meeting of the boards of directors is now called to order. Let's begin by standing for the opening prayer offered by Director Wong, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance directed by Scott Piotr.
Please bow your head. Thank you, God, for this day. Thank you for bringing everyone here safely. We ask that you bestow wisdom upon all the directors today as we make decisions regarding the projects before us. We ask for your blessing on our health and our family. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Ochoa, roll call, please.
Chair Caruth,
Here.
Vice Chair Miniger,
Present.
Director Munsing,
Here.
Director Piotr,
Here.
Director Vixerick,
Here.
Director Connors, Director Beal,
Here.
Director Huang,
Here.
Director Ward, Director Moreno,
Here.
Chair Sachs, Vice Chair Shea,
Yes.
Director Lee, or alternate Lee, Director Spitzer, and we have a quorum for San Joaquin, and we are missing one for Foothill.
Well, let's proceed then with public comments. Now's the time for members of the public to address the boards. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak. You have one opportunity to speak today. And as you know, we have 3 different opportunities, 3 public comment periods. The first one will be until 10:10. So with that, and just as an admonishment to everyone, we have rules of decorum here. I know I spoke to a couple of members of the public today. If possible, please respect the rules of decorum, which means refrain from clapping or emotional outbursts if possible. I know in our city, when people approve of comments made by the speaker, they raise their hand to affirm their approval of those comments. So if you just abide and respect our rules here in this chamber. Our first speaker
Madam Chair, I
is...
have a point of order. I have a question, a couple questions.
Yes, Director Spitzer?
Number one, when did we break up public comment into 3 sections? That's a new procedure. I've never heard of it. Wasn't called about it, wasn't briefed. We keep pushing off public comment to the end of our meetings as opposed to the front of our meetings. What's going on and why did we come up with that policy?
Well, I'll let Mr. Cramen answer that question. I think most of us know that by the end of the meeting, we have fewer directors. We need to get through our business part of the meeting as well. But I'll let Mr. Cramen respond.
So as you will recall, a number of board meetings ago, staff was directed to review our processes and procedures, our best practices and procedures for our meetings, including public comment. One of the areas was on the ability for the public to submit presentations or PowerPoints to be used during the meeting, and then other procedures. So as a first step in that process, we took that to our strategic ad hoc planning committee, where those procedures were reviewed and adopted and provided to all board members. And then in a subsequent meeting, and that was the first stage of it, in a subsequent meeting, we revised completely those, reissued those, and provided those to all board members. And this is probably our 3rd meeting where those new policies have been into effect.
Did we vote on the breaking it up into 3?
The direction by the board was to take it through committee, not to wait to bring it back to the board for a vote, but to implement.
Council, how do we do something procedurally like that without violating the Brown Act? How do we come to a consensus outside of a formal board meeting when you cannot form an opinion of a board with more than a majority of the particular board in violation of the Brown Act?
Mr. Rubin?
Your Honor, I don't believe the board was given an opportunity to comment on that specific question, but again, I believe the direction was to get these implemented as soon as possible. As for policy, the director is able to handle the meeting, or I'm sorry, the chair is able to handle the meeting within certain parameters, and I believe that this is one of them that would be allowed.
That
Yeah.
would be, under the Brown Act, the chair has the prerogative, when there's a specific circumstances facing the chair vis-à-vis a large number of public comments, then in that particular instance, in the discretion of the chair, he or she may limit public comment. For example, if the normal public comment is 3 minutes, because of the largesse of the particular number of speakers, the chair, mayor, chair of the board, whatever, can then say, limit that to 1 minute, for example. It's on a case-by-case basis as presenting at a particular meeting. But under the Brown Act, when specific procedures that are going to be a standing procedure of an entire board requires a formal vote of the board, and the formal rules of a board cannot be changed by a majority of the board outside the presence of the public. So that, if that is a standing rule of our board, it has to come from a formal vote. I adamantly object to this. I think it's offensive to have, I get we have to balance the work of the board, but at the same time, to put public, my understanding is the third tranche could mean that some people have to wait to the complete close of business and closed session before they would be able to speak. Is that, do I understand that third tranche correctly? How's the third tranche going to operate?
I believe that's correct. I believe that if someone doesn't identify that they want to speak on a specific item, then they get moved to the third tranche.
Okay. Well, I would just say for the record, I object. And number two, the Board of Supervisors has done a lot of this in terms of moving public comment to the front and the like, and I don't know how you all do it on your councils, but every time we make a change to our formal public comment procedures, it requires a vote, a formal agendized vote. You cannot do this. So I would ask, number one, if you do it today, and I am making a formal objection, because I will not participate in that. I think it's required by law, but I give deference to council to be able to research it. Then my second question is, an issue's come up with respect to a video and children being in a video. And what I asked for, and I haven't seen it yet, is the email correspondence between this agency and those who want to submit a video, since apparently that's going to come up during public comment. Can somebody just lay out what came up with the video? What is the objection? Obviously, you cannot have minors in a video without parental consent. And what is the status of that before we start getting yelled at for that?
You know, Director Spitzer, if I might, as chair prerogative, we now have, I believe, the Foothill directors are here, so we're going to take the vote, or roll call, rather, for Foothill, and then we'll get back to your issues that you're
course.
raising about how we're handling public comment. If you
Thank you.
will, Ms. Ochoa.
Director Murphy? Director Voights? We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Ochoa. All right, back to Mr. Spitzer. So you are now raising the liability issues connected to a proposed presentation. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Because the rest of the directors may not be aware.
Yeah,
of the issue.
I was alerted this morning before I came in that there was a request. We had set up a procedure so that the public could bring PowerPoints without notice. They could also apparently submit whatever they needed to support their arguments. There's an objection to a video or playing of a video. My understanding is, and I need Mr. Kramer and council to weigh in, my understanding is there's children, and that as a result of that, there was a request for them to submit waivers, which is completely understandable. You would have to have that. So my question is, what is the status? That's the first question of this video. And number two, what did we expressly ask of the proponents or the people that wanted to put the video into the record? What did we ask them or tell them what was needed before today?
Okay.
Mr. Rubin and Mr. Kramer.
Can you go get the email? I don't have them.
I think the email, I had requested to see the email, and it's apparently not here yet, so maybe we could pass on that, take the public comment, and those who have a video or want to do a video, if you could, I don't know, maybe you could just skip until we could see what was asked of them, that would be helpful.
Well, do you believe that our directions to the public would include mentioning children in a video? That we'd be that specific?
Well, Ms.
Anticipating that children would be used in a video?
No. Again, I don't know the circumstance. I was told there are children in a video. People wanted to play the video today. I was told that we had indicated to them they would need waivers from their parents, which is completely understandable. But I don't know now I was told they sent in the waivers, but then the pictures of the children in the video don't have names, so we can't corroborate whether the waivers are somehow substantiated in the video. I don't know the extent of the circumstance completely. But I think it's important that if we ask people to do a certain thing before they come in today, like bring in waivers, but we didn't tell them they had to put the names of the kids in the video, then we have some problems here in terms of our either communication or lack thereof. I don't understand the circumstance fully, so Mr. Kramer, you look like you're trying to get our attention.
Mr. Kramer?
Maybe somebody could just frame the issue so when the public addresses us, we'll know what the argument was and what our defense is to it.
So I'd like council to read the contents of the email that was sent.
Mr. Rubin?
And it's a short email, Director. It's, Dear Ms. Schumacher, regarding the presentation submitted on behalf of Mr. Habig, can you please provide written consent from the parent or guardian for each child individual who appears to be under 18, authorizing the publication of the child's image? Thank you.
Okay, so now, did we receive waivers in that regard? Did we or did we not? Say yes or no.
We've received emails, but again, it's not clear who that person is providing the authorization for.
No, I get that.
Right.
I just wanted to make a record before people come up and argue that somehow we are doing something that's incorrect today. We have a problem with this. We need to fix it in the future. But at least we need to make sure it's clear to the public. We're not trying to prevent the showing of video, but that there's a problem or a legal issue with respect to appropriate waiver for somebody who's under the age of consent. And so there's still some working out of that that needs to happen, correct?
Correct, Director.
And then between now and our next meeting, we need to get that worked out so that they can show us a video and we can fix that. But again, if we have a dispute, I think the directors need to know before they hear public comment and that we understand why we did not allow the video today. That's my only point. I mean, I think we have a legitimate reason not to show it, but at the same time, I want to be clear. We have to be very, very clear in our correspondence what we expect people to do and then what we expect the video content to be, so we don't have these kinds of misunderstandings.
Director Spitzer, that's very helpful. This is a video that certainly will be shown at our next meeting. So I think that the public is aware, our directors are now aware of legal exposure issues. I think Director Ward would like to respond quickly.
I would like to comment on that. There is actually no separate law governing the taking of or the publication of any images. Images captured in locations where there is no reasonable expectation of privacy. The photographer does not need permission of any individual who appears in the photograph in order to publish. The same rights extend to all photographers, amateur or professional, and that includes children, buildings, any objects. There is no law to this effect. So that video should be able to be shown. The liability is not on this body, it is on the person presenting it, if there is any liability, but there is no specific law governing this. And I challenge,
Well, we seem to
them
have a
to bring that.
disagreement between legal counsel and some of the directors here. Do the directors have a problem with viewing the video at our next meeting?
I don't have any problem viewing the video today. I mean,
I
if
would
somebody
agree.
comes forward and puts forward a video that they took and they want to put it into the public arena, we are sitting here to receive information. We're not a party to the presentation or fabrication or the compiling of a video. We have no responsibility whatsoever. People put things on overheads all the time. If I was somehow responsible as an elected official for the content of what people show, we would have some real problems in our agencies. We're not responsible for what people show us. It's only what we reproduce.
Mr. Rubin?
And by posting it, you are reproducing it possibly under various interpretations of the law. And so, right, this is being videotaped. We don't know who else is going to disseminate it. And so that's the issue, is that when you have children who are displayed on our agency's means, is that improper dissemination of children under 18. And well, I understand Director Ward doesn't feel like there's any liability. I disagree that there is potential liability. And until we get the consents, the written consents that we're able to confirm that we actually have consents for each child, which I understand should be simple and be shown at the next meeting, again, I would urge the board to wait until the next meeting. I'm not saying don't show it. I'm saying We need to make sure that we're covered as an agency.
It's better to be safe than sorry. So I would just end it at this point, just saying it's better to defer it and get this right, so we don't mess up and violate anybody's rights. So I agree with that. But I would just say, when we communicate with the public about what the rules are, we need to be unequivocally clear from the outset. That's my only point. So between now and assuming this video is going to be shown at some point in the future, can we make sure, Mr. Rubin, that all of our rules about how to get things into evidence, if you will, right, how to submit things for the record are unequivocally clear, and that we wouldn't show a video unless and until we got a waiver, and it needs to be very, very clear what we're asking for. That's my only point.
Very helpful, Director Spitzer. Thank you. One last comment, Director Ward.
This is a question on what we're going to be allowing people to speak, how long we're going to be allowed to speak. It's my understanding what you said at the beginning is they're going to have one chance to speak?
Yes.
In this entire meeting?
Yes,
We are not going to allow people to speak on each individual agenda item that they're interested in?
they have one opportunity to speak. That is the established rules.
That is in violation of the Brown Act.
It is not a violation of the Brown Act. In most of our cities, and I'm sure it's the case in San Clemente, most of our cities, you have one opportunity to speak.
That is not true. Each and every individual agendized item that is before the board for consideration, we take public testimony if someone wants to speak on that item. Then we allow them to speak generally one time in public comments if they would like to do that. So we have not done that in this meeting prior, so I would say this is a new rule also that we have not been doing.
Any response from Mr. Kramer or Mr. Rubin?
Yes, Director. So the Brown Act actually doesn't require you to give that opportunity. The Brown Act actually says you can, but you don't have to. Now, what you might be thinking of is the Bagley-Keene Act. That's the one that applies to state agencies. That actually expressly requires you for each agenda item. That is not in the Brown Act. The Brown Act, again, gives you the opportunity, but not the requirement. There has to be an opportunity to speak. The opportunity is provided through public comment, and unlike some other cities, which you might be thinking of, some jurisdictions limit you to only talk about non-agendized items during the public comment period. That's not how we do it. Here, you can talk about non-agendized and agendized items, so you can talk about anything as long as it's within the agency's jurisdiction. So that's why it's different than perhaps what you're thinking of.
Well,
So-
I'm looking at 54954.3A. Every agenda must allow members of the public on any item of interest as long as it's within the jurisdiction of the legislative body. But the public must also be allowed to speak on a specific item of business before or during the legislative body's consideration of it, during their consideration. So we are
Director
to
Ward.
believe that, wait a minute, we are to believe that someone can speak at the beginning of the meeting, but we may not hear the item till the end, 5 hours
Correct.
later?
Correct, and actually, I don't think you quoted it exactly right. So 54954.3A says, "Every agenda for regular meetings shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body on any item of interest to the public before or during the legislative body's consideration of the item that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body." And I apologize, I think you actually did quote it right, so let me take that back. The key there is the "or." And so, again, it's different than the Bagley-Keene Act that says you shall do this. So it leaves it up to the agency, and again, we've adopted policies that said you have the one shot. Now, if the board is so inclined to go back and look at that, it's so inclined. But the Brown Act, there's absolutely no violation there.
Ms.
I'm
Ward?
concerned that we're trying to limit public comment on any agenda item that is of concern to the public. And with the canceling of all the meetings we've been canceling, and now we're trying to also limit what people can say in a meeting, I'm very concerned that
Well, I
that is the
understand your
purpose of
concerns,
doing that.
Director Ward, but the purpose of this meeting this morning, and we have 3 opportunities, or 3 segments of our agenda here are dedicated to public comment. We want to ensure that everybody gets a chance to speak. So let's move forward with that. We're going to have the video at our next meeting, and if there's further review of these policies and procedures, we can do that. But for this morning's meeting, we're going to move forward with public comment, which will end at 10:25. Ms. Buckman, you're first speaker. Good morning. Yes, we can.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Wendy Bucknam. I am the mayor of Mission Viejo. And I thought it was time to come and say a few words on behalf of our residents in our city. Traffic congestion is a growing issue of concern, and with 14,000 homes under construction in Rancho Mission Viejo, the issue is actually going to get worse. I want to thank this board for supporting the research and study to find some relief solutions for our region. For more than 20 years, the 241 toll road has ended at Oso Parkway, with the traffic diverting through Mission Viejo streets to get to the I-5 freeway. Mission Viejo has done more than its fair share to allow for roads to provide regional traffic relief. So has Rancho Santa Margarita, Lake Forest, Aliso Viejo, Laguna Niguel, and plenty of other cities throughout South Orange County. Regional traffic relief goes beyond any one city's borders. We need to work collaboratively to find mobility solutions. We agree with Supervisor Bartlett that the region throughout South Orange County wants meaningful improvements to our transportation network. A highway that comes up a few miles short of connecting the I-5 freeway is short-sighted and does not pass the common sense test. It is important for TCA to conduct the studies and make the determination if connecting the 241 to the I-5 will provide regional traffic relief, and if the project can be built in an environmentally sensitive way with minimal impacts to residents and businesses. I want to thank you for your continued support of traffic alternatives and regional mobility. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cody Lewis. You'll have to help me with your last name there.
Hello, it's Cody Levis, but thank you for having me. I just want to say thank you all for coming today. I am in support of the extension of the 241. I live in Ladera Ranch, and you know, like she said, there's a lot of construction going on with Rancho Mission Viejo, and there's a lot of expansion, and that's really following to the cities around that local area. And with the extension of the 241, that will definitely alleviate some pressure. And I just want to say thank you. And really take a look at the science and the studies behind it. Thanks.
The next three speakers will be Rangel, Toulousa, and Bennett.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. My name is Juan Rangel, and I do live in Rancho Santa Margarita. I'm here on behalf of Citizens for Traffic Relief. There's a saying that a lie can get halfway around the world before the truth can get its pants on. And I think that the reason I bring that up here is if you go online right now, there seems to be certain elements of, sides on this argument that seem to believe that by creating the most amount of, faux outrage, you can definitely try to ram through, certain sentiments. I was on Facebook and I saw a Facebook post. I think it was Not My Toll Road, or I guess that's a take on Not My President, but then they just stuck toll road into it, right? And it says that 9,300 homes and 11 billions in equity lost if the 241 connects to the I-5. And I was thinking, that's more homes that have been lost in all of the wildfires in California to date. I mean, it's like, you serious? 9,500 homes? That is just outright fear-mongering. They offer no evidence. They offer no studies that have been shown that this is going to happen. And I really doubt that this board would approve a plan that would displace 10,000 plus residents in South Orange County. Okay, but that's the level of hysteria. That's the level of that's where the argument is. People that bring up this type of stuff, they're not interested in facts or honest debate or exchange of ideas. It's simply the heckler's veto. That's what it is. And if you can motivate enough people to react irrationally, then you can do anything. So I would implore you guys to maintain that level of level-headedness. I mean, that's why you guys are here. You guys are the ones that, you guys are leaders. You guys are the ones that people look to for rationality. You're supposed to be able to elevate yourself above the riffraff. And that's why I'm here. I really hope that we kind of keep that spirit and moving forward. So thank you for letting me speak, and I hope you guys make the right decision. Thanks.
Ms. Tolosa?
Good morning. Okay. I'm here my name is Zoila Tolosa, and I'd like to bring to your attention the terminology that is being used in the survey being provided by the TCA to gather public input. The buzzword is ThroughPass, and I'd like to know why the word ThroughPass is being used in your marketing approach. When I hear the word ThroughPass, myself and most of the population, the last thing we think about is a toll road coming through our community. The TCA is trying to advance their own interests by gathering answers to questions that are misrepresenting their identity. Additionally, the survey is giving us false data. On question number 6, they state that the projection of population growth in the next 10 years is about 400,000 with the development and completion of Rancho Mission Viejo. However, in slide number 3, we can see public records by Cal State Fullerton projecting the growth at year 13 of about 215,000, not even close to the 400 number that we're being given for 10 years. So that's a false statement. We are also being told in slide number 4 that many in favor of the buzzword ThroughPass say that because the toll road travels down the median of the I-5, it will reduce traffic congestion without adding new traffic to the I-5 or surface streets. False, again, because evidence from the toll road lanes in the Inland Empire and the opinion of your board member indicate that traffic would in fact spill out onto surface streets from people avoiding toll fees. Secondly, traffic engineers have indicated that it will in fact create a bottleneck by Camp Pendleton. We're also told that the ThroughPass will bring minimal intrusion on the environment or the city of San Clemente, as well as no minimal impact of taxes to taxpayers, sorry. So please tell me how developmental fees, road maintenance fees, federally backed loans are not an impact to taxpayers. Going by our schools, churches, parks for disabled children, potential use of eminent domain, those are major impacts. All we're asking for is for us to pull together our resources to find smart solutions, stop with this false spending money, start paying the debt down, start giving us false words. ThroughPass is not a toll road. Use the right terminology to educate the people that you're actually asking questions and gathering data from. When I, as an individual, if I'm called and I'm given a survey that represents ThroughPass, that is not a clear picture of who is the source of this survey. Lastly, before my time is up, I want to note for public record that I was here, the third person in line, and the mayor of Mission Viejo was not outside. However, she got to come in first, and Ms. Ochoa just told me that she was able to put her card in and go in the back before all of us. So when I tried to fill out a card for a member that was en route and just to place her in position, I was denied that privilege, but somehow the mayor of Mission Viejo can do that. So please take note that that's a violation. Thank you.
Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett?
Thank you. I'm an attorney, but I'm not one of the attorneys suing you or threatening to sue you. I'm a member of a coalition that's concerned with two options, options 9 and 18. But we would otherwise like to work with you in finding an appropriate solution to your stated goal of improving the north-south traffic flow. We also appreciate that you have consistently said that you are going to post and respond to all of the questions and comments that have been made at the various meetings. To deal with that, we have prepared a comprehensive report concerning what we believe is a fatal flaw that will preclude you, as both a practical and financial reasons, from being able to proceed with options 9 and 18. We sent this to your executive officer on the 29th, but we received no acknowledgement or any indication that it would be posted or responded to. I'd like to leave a copy with you again today and would request that your minutes reflect that you received it in that fashion. It's too difficult and complex to go through in this short period of time, but in brief sum, the Rancho Mission Viejo developments are dependent upon a federal endangered species taking permit. And that permit is dependent upon a comprehensive habitat conservation plan and the creation of permanent recorded open easements. The proposed options 9 and 18 go through the heart of those permanent easements. And in our view, those easements in the CHP not only preclude those options, but violation of them places the entire Rancho Mission Viejo developments at risk, because the taking permit clearly indicates that a violation can result in revocation of those permits, and the federal law says they are to be strictly construed. Now, typically, the Transportation Corridor Authority deals with those kinds of easements by offering alternative land elsewhere. The unique circumstances of these easements make that impractical. When you look at the settlement that was entered concerning it, and you look at what was said, it is to prevent the fragmentation of those easements. While it contemplated roads, including the Los Patronos Road, it does not anticipate the options 9 and 18. There are unique endangered species, notably the California gnatcatcher, the arroyo toad, that are unique to that area and do not well exist at other locations. My time is up. I've left my card with your counsel. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And thank you, Mr. Bennett. Your document you left will be part of our public record.
Thank you.
Mr. Bourne. Troy Bourne.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not an attorney, and I'm a big fan of the arroyo toad. I actually live backing up to the proposed routes in San Juan Capistrano of the 9 and 18 that Mr. Bennett just spoke briefly about, and those toads' habitat, it includes my backyard to some degree. I'm afraid that they leave if you built that toll road, but I really am here to formally express my objection personally and professionally to the 9 and 18 extensions. Mr. Bennett's done a great deal of work, and the team have put together a bunch of reasons why it just really would be difficult to see this happening at some point in the future. There's topographical issues, there's environmental issues, there's moving schools, and it's just, but I sit back and I look at it and I say, this is a proposed route that goes east-west that we're studying as an alternative to something that needs to go north-south. And I know it's a more complicated argument than that, but on its face, it just doesn't seem to be worth even just looking briefly at the complications associated with it, moving it to the next step of the environmental review. And that's frankly partly why I'm here. Not only do I live adjacent to the road, but I'm also an employee of a company that's investing hundreds of millions of dollars in building Orange County's largest continuing care retirement community, which we desperately need. Over 350 families have signed up to move into that community when it opens in about a year. It's in the pathway of this proposed toll road. It's in the shadow of where your road would be. Hundreds of families have been calling me saying, Troy, why aren't you jumping up and down and screaming and representing our interests to make sure it doesn't go through? And I've expressed to them my belief that it's your job here to take a very thorough, comprehensive view at all of the potential alternatives as you evaluate what needs to happen with our congestion problems, but also express my confidence that after a review of some of these options, that some of them could not be taken seriously enough to move forward and merit a thorough environmental review as part of an EIR. If this course were to move forward to the next step and you basically tell us formally this is something that we're very seriously considering, then at that point my company, neighborhoods, and these future depositors and their families would respond to use our resources to respond in a more formal and energetic way. Well, right now I hope that you're thinking about it the way we are, which is that's great for a comprehensive look at our options, but it's pretty clearly to identify 9 and 18 as a bad option. Thanks for your time.
Next three speakers will be Ms. Paul DeCapo, Ava O'Keefe, and Stephen Vieta.
Good morning. My name is Paul DeCapua. At the October meeting, I asked you, when will all the questions asked at the June 5th Mobility Forum be answered? If you remember, Mr. Kramer replied that the questions would be answered by the end of the week. Unfortunately, that was not a correct statement. Only a few general questions were answered in the form of an FAQ. The forum webpage still says, in the coming weeks, we will be posting a document with answers addressing each of these questions. It's been more than 6 months since the questions were asked. Surely the answers cannot take that long. In the interest of transparency and following through on the written commitments, please answer the questions before the end of 2017. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ava O'Keefe. I have 2 degrees in engineering and an MBA, and I've actually a commuter for the past 9 months, and a taxpaying resident has been taking images with the app SigAlert, which actually gets the data from the Department of Transportation. Again, we have around 600 images. Everyone can go to the Facebook page, San Clemente Traffic, and we can understand that there is a real concern. There's a traffic problem in Orange County. It is pretty self-evident where the traffic problem is. It's north of here. It seems like the current assets, the current 73 and 241, do not provide adequate relief because they're severely underutilized. If you look at our areas where the north-south problem happens, time and time again, go look at the 600 images that we have. We don't have a north-south traffic problem. Okay? It's many times areas of employment where I work in Santa Ana and La Mirada, they're jam-packed. I get home, there's absolutely nothing. Again, these images have been taken at 5 and at 7:30 in the morning, and even on weekends. We have sometimes a weekend issue. We've had tremendous work on the freeway many times. Sometimes they even close the ramps on the busiest weekend of the year, going to San Diego. We now have La Pata, which actually, thank you to the county, is getting expanded. It's actually getting a new lane, and it actually is a much closer alternative than going 5 miles east to take the toll road that takes you farther east, where there are no places of employment. Again, this is from the OCTA website, the traffic map. If you go up, you can see the volume of cars. You have 287,000 cars. When you go to the San Clemente and San Diego border, you're actually seeing 133,000 cars. You can go up to the year 2000, and those numbers are actually very, very similar. In the last couple of years, guess what has happened? They've decreased. So there's little or no traffic congestion south of Ortho Parkway. Traffic backups at Oso North. Irvine has congestion. It has the most toll roads. Traffic is clearly evident in Irvine, Santa Ana. One of the questions from the survey, do you experience traffic congestions? Yes, of course. Who doesn't in North OC? And it is unclear that this 241 extension through San Clemente will actually help. Again, you will still get traffic even with a toll road because of the topography of the area, and we're actually bringing more cars into an area, creating a national security issue. Mrs. Donchek advocated for carrying the carpool lane south, and OCTA said it's not one of their projects approved with Measure N because there's no traffic volumes. So thank you for standing with OLOC. Let's not build another underutilized toll road. And please, I know San Clemente cares, and you do too. Let's keep San Clemente beautiful. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Keefe. Next, we'll hear from Steve Vietta, and then the next 3 will be Tony Hayes, Richard Longardo, and Cord Bauer.
I'm Stephen Veely, local physician and San Clemente resident. I've learned about your plans over the past few months and become increasingly outraged that you might actually be willing to destroy the nature of an historic community for an unnecessary toll road. The idea for public-private partnerships, PPPs, to build Rhodes was born in the 80s when the state fuel tax revenues were no longer adequate. The grand solution, let the private sector do it better, faster, and less expensively than the public sector. 30 years later, we see the results. In Southern California, SR 91 was a pre-runner to PPPs, but most of the environmental permitting and land purchasing was completed before the private entity took over. The lanes were also built in the median of a public highway, and the OCTA basically gave away its right-of-way by leasing it back to the private builders at $1 per year. The secretly negotiated non-compete agreement finally proved the undoing of SR 91 as a private entity when it filed a lawsuit citing the non-compete clause to block government officials from expanding clogged nearby freeways, ease congestion, and improve safety. The people of California were legally blocked from improving their freeways because it could reduce private profits. The OCTA purchased the SR 91 toll lanes in 2003 to put an end to this fiasco. The South Bay Expressway, another PPP in San Diego, went bankrupt within 2.5 years of opening and was ultimately purchased by another public agency, the San Diego Association of Governments. The TCA and its two component agencies were perhaps the least successful of all of these PPPs, with the cost to build their roads some 300% greater than initial estimates, growing to as much as 500% if the T241 were extended. Actual ridership has been below projections, and your toll rates keep going up and are among the highest in the country. You have principal due on your bond debt of some $4.5 billion that after another refinancing stretches to an astounding $11+ billion, including interest to a maturity now pushed to the 2050s. That is greater than 400% above the OCTA's express lane debt before adding a possible $1.7 billion in capital and multi-billions in total debt if you do extend. Your toll roads are now the most expensively built per mile in the country, and you're now mainly paying only interest. Both the Pacific Research Institute and the OC Grand Jury concluded yours is a non-sustainable business model, but you carry on. How is that possible? You're supposed to be the group overseeing the runaway train that is the TCA, but you are instead driving that train. Your whole governance structure is built on conflicting and incompatible interests. There is overlap of board members in both arms of the TCA. You are also politicians in the underlying areas you are elected to serve, but often have conflicting interests from constituents. You are far too comfortable and intertwined with business interests that may create a mutual benefit at the expense of your true constituents. In short, you're the kind of politicians that people are rebelling against on a national and local level. Your mobility solutions are a bluff. You only have 6 that you have a role in, all toll road extensions that will ultimately benefit no one. You will hear today about real mobility solutions that are coming in the near future with autonomous cars alone, likely to leave your toll roads obsolete before even completed. But no doubt you will carry on. That is what you do.
Thank you, sir. Tony, and may I remind you, refrain from applause and emotional outbursts. Thank you. You've been well behaved this morning, I must say. Thank you. Next speaker, Tony Hayes.
Good morning, board members. My name is Tony Hayes. As you all know, the traffic on the toll roads currently is minuscule. It's a minuscule fraction of the total traffic in South Orange County. So how you expect that an extension of the toll road is in any way going to alleviate traffic is laughable. It's not going to make any significant difference to the overall traffic in South Orange County. At the same time, we are all paying for this toll road. We have paid for it when we bought a house. We pay for it every time we go to a business. The business pays these development fees, which a lot of people don't even realize exist, but we are all paying for it. We also pay for it through our gasoline taxes, the fact that Caltrans maintains these roads. So this toll road is subsidized by most people who don't use it. The only people who actually use it, the toll road, are pretty much those who can expense it and who can afford it. My wife's a flight attendant. She drives up to LAX several times a week. She can't afford to take the 73. The toll roads are just too expensive. They're basically for those who are relatively wealthy and can afford this kind of thing. So your job here is, I don't believe you really care too much about alleviating traffic. Your job is to pay off the bondholders and so that, and also get income for these outrageous salaries that some of the senior executives make here. The analogy, I think, the best analogy is that you are basically selling caviar to those that can afford it, and then claiming that you're somehow solving world hunger. Well, you're not. Thank you.
Mr. Lombardo?
Well, I'm not an attorney either. I have been a toll road survivor, though, over the years. And most of my words have been taken already by my associates and friends, but I appreciate the opportunity to express my opinion. I'm vehemently opposed to the extension of the 241 toll road, at least on the 14 route, if you will. I have driven the 241 for 15 years to Ontario, every day commuting. I can tell you it is never, ever fully utilized. So the fallacy of thinking that extending it is going to provide a relief to the 5 freeway, I think is a complete myth. I live and breathe driving that toll road. So the only person that's going to take that toll road is someone like myself can expense it. Joe the plumber, the ordinary citizen, he's not going to pay that. He's going to stay on the 5 freeway. You've accomplished nothing except ruining our environment and our way of life in San Clemente. So trying to serve up Trabuco Canyon as an alternative open space is like giving the Indians beads from Manhattan. So you may have the authority to take our land, but you really don't have the right. So thank you for your time, at least hearing me out.
Mr. Bauer will be our last speaker for this first segment of public comments.
Right here? Click it to the right. Thank you for that. Hi, my name is Cord Bauer, and I had a whole setup here, but it seems like there's been some shenanigans happening today, so I'm going to kind of throw this out. I'm not going to talk about the car that I build in California. I'm not going to talk about the 11 patents that I hold, or about my family, or the different places I've lived in Orange County. What I would like to say, though, is that we have a paid political operative here now who lives in Oceanside, okay? And he must be paid by someone at the TCA because this is what he put outside in front, okay? He's from Oceanside. The first 2 gentlemen that spoke, Cody and Juan, were just sitting next to him. This is very frustrating to try and talk as somebody who's taking time out of their day, out of their work to do this, when we have to fight against the TCA and their operatives when they play these games. It's very frustrating. When we look at the survey, I go right to one question right here, which is question 3. I don't even have to look at the question. I have to look at 2 terms. I have to look at the difference between severely restrict or free, because that's what the respondent gets to choose from. Now, if you have between those 2 terms, which are you going to choose? Not even looking at the question. I'm not going to get into the quality of life because far too confusing. The last one was gone over far better than I could have done it. Why don't you call a toll road a toll road? Why is it called a through pass? You're trying to advance your own agenda. You're not trying to find out what the people want. That's not right. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Our next, the rest of the speakers will be heard before a closed session. So,
Madam Chair, can I just ask a clarifying question based on what was just commented, just to clarify for myself?
Moreno?
Does TCA have any paid political consultants working the room today?
Mr. Kramen?
Let's see. I have, Brian Harrington is not a paid consultant to the Transportation Corridor Agencies. Let's see, we have some of our traffic consultants here, and some of our polling consultants are here. And I'm not going to go through the room, but yes, there are some of our consultants in the room today, yes.
And were any of those consultants flyering the parking lot?
No.
By any directive of the agency or any director?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Moreno. We all appreciate that. Let's look at consent calendar, and to be efficient, if both Foothill and San Joaquin would review consent calendar item 1 through 6, because those are identical. Would any member, any director wish to pull a consent calendar item 1 through 6?
I
Madam Chair.
have,
Go ahead,
I'm
Ken.
sorry.
Yes.
I
Director.
have, I thought we were going to do those separate as they have been listed, but I would pull, if we're going to do Foothill at the same time?
We're doing 1 through 6, Foothill and San Joaquin.
Okay,
They're the
I
same.
would pull 1, and I would, say that again, you just said San Joaquin, correct?
Right. Both boards have consent calendar items that are identical, 1 through 6.
Okay.
I'd like to take them together.
Madam Chair,
Okay, hold on a second.
I'll move on behalf of Foothill with
Thank
consent
you.
calendar, all 1 through 6.
And I move on behalf of San Joaquin Hills.
I was waiting my turn, and,
Director Spitzer, will you
I'll
wish to
second.
pull?
well, slow down, you all. I need to pull 6 for a separate vote because I cannot participate. So that's a common courtesy, so the
Absolutely.
record's clear. So I'd ask that you do 1 through 5, so that Ms. Ochoa can reflect I am not participating
I will second
on
that.
6. Thank you.
Very good. Director Ward, you pulled 1?
I have 1, but I have others. Just hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
We've
Take
done
your
them in the
time.
other order before, and that's how I was ready to do them.
Yeah, we're just, if you just look through 1 through 6 and see which ones, in addition to
They're
1.
separate in our packet, so let me look. Oh, they're not. And I apologize. I would pull 1, 3, 4, and that is it on 1 through 6?
1, 3, and 4.
Yes.
And 6. And then Spitzer, Director Spitzer pulled 6. All right, we have 1 to approve, that would be 5. We have a motion and a second to approve 5 from both boards.
I make the motion on behalf of San Joaquin
San
Hills.
Joaquin,
I'll second that.
second, thank you. Mr. Muncy?
2 as well, Director.
It's number 2. Oh, and 2, I apologize. 2 and 5 we can approve. And we have a motion from Foothill, which is Scott, and Munson is from San Joaquin. And Director Shea from Foothill. All those in favor of approving consent calendar item 2 and 5? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 2 and 5 are approved. Ms. Ward, item 1.
Okay, this involves, if staff could come up, this involves the 24191 Express Connector, final design contract amendment from the last meeting. Page 14 of the agenda. And what I would comment on is the very last item on page 15 of this item. It says amended board recommendation, at the request of Director Murphy, continue the item to the November meeting. The November meeting was canceled. This is the next meeting. This item is not on our agenda, and I would ask staff why that is not, why it was not agendized.
Mr. Kramen?
Based on an action that was being considered at OCTA regarding this item, we have deferred that until those discussions are complete.
Okay, well, then I would ask, that action from OCTA was in plenty of time to be on this agenda. Why is not those actions from OCTA on this agenda so that the board could be notified? And we could talk about what we
It
think.
is on this agenda. If you will go to CEO report on the agenda.
Okay,
It's
but
one of the
not
last
up
items
for-
on the agenda,
Okay.
is the update.
Okay, I get the update, but I'm just saying, we are canceling the January meeting. I think that is too long to go without this board discussing what we think of the action of OCTA and letting you know what we think and how we feel about that action. I think this should be agenda. I think we should have a January meeting, if not just for this item.
I can make my comments now, or I can wait till CEO report.
Why don't we wait till the CEO report? Do I have a motion?
I'll move the item. I'll move San Juan, approval of the minutes.
Thank you for the second. And from Foothill?
Moved.
And Director Beal. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. 1 is approved. Director Ward, item 3.
Item 3, this is our quarterly procurement report. And on the very last page, attachment 4, it shows 2 separate payments to Orange County Business Council. One is for $20,000 that goes to an OC Moves membership, and the other is for $25,000 that goes to the Orange County Business Council annual membership. My question on the OC Moves membership is that I looked at the Orange County Business Council website, and it lists Mike Creeman as the chair of OC Moves. And I would ask if you are the chair of OC Moves.
Yes, I am.
Okay. I think that is improper, and I didn't realize that this board was giving $20,000 to that portion of the business council, that our CEO is the chair of that. I don't think we should be giving $20,000 to that.
Professional organization?
Yeah, I think this should be reviewed. So I would ask for that to come up again, for us to review that, and the purpose of giving that.
Further comments from our directors before we vote on this?
I'll move approval of item number 3.
Okay, we have a
For
San
San
Joaquin
Juan.
motion. A
Second.
from San Joaquin, from Mr. Director Munsing. Foothill, we have a motion. Thank you, Director Wong,
Second.
and a second
Just a
from
point of,
Director Beal.
I have a question.
Point of, yes, for discussion.
Just, just the way this was kind of framed, it's potentially, there's an implication. And I know from 25 years of elective office that oftentimes we are members of organizations, and through various rotations, our leadership, our executive managers do rotate through various positions in these organizations. So I'm in favor of this. I was aware of this. I knew this. In fact, a letter did come on the 24191 from OCBC in support of the 24191 Connect for OCTA. And it's probably because of the ability to be in these particular positions and have influence. So I don't want anybody to walk out of here, either on the board, not necessarily, I think you all know about this, but to any implication whatsoever that it is unusual for us to be members of various organizations and then also assume leadership positions within those organizations. So that's why I will support it.
Thank you, Director. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Let's see, your next item is 4. And this is Capital Improvement Program Project Modeling Task Order.
Okay. My question is on this one, we're being asked to approve a proposed task order number 8, which is for, I believe it's to study emissions. And we've had several task orders to this contractor, Fair and Pierce, for traffic studies for our capital improvement projects. Why are we just now coming in for a task order to study emissions? Is that something that we have not done previously?
No,
Ms. McFall?
the prior task orders were specific to the 241 South County mobility effort. This item is for our existing capital improvement program. As we move forward to revamp that long-term and short-term plan for the agencies, we need to understand the air emissions associated with each of those planned projects. As land uses change, as demand for our future projects change, we need to understand the emissions related to those, and also with the pending regulatory changes that obviously are continuing to occur with greenhouse gas reduction. So that the work that's being proposed has not been part of the prior task orders.
So the emissions, is that for, it says associated with traffic using the toll roads? So existing traffic using the toll roads. This would not be used for future proposed traffic emission studies?
It is for the existing system, but also for the agency's planned future projects on the existing system.
Okay, because this does say CIP project modeling, and yet the report says it's for using the existing, using the toll roads, but it's for CIP projects.
Correct. Yes,
So it
they
would be for an extension of the 241?
No, it's the existing system, and with that existing system, we have plans to do additional widenings on that system as well as interchanges.
Right.
And so we need to take that information and model it to see what the air emissions are associated with those projects to the existing system we have out there.
Okay. I'll move the item.
Thank you, Director Ward. Do I have a second? And a second from?
I'll move it for San Juan.
Thank you for San Juan, that's Director Piotr, and a second from, and thank you, Director Connors. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That consent calendar item is approved. We have one more. And just as a side note, I know a lot of us go through our agenda, and we do have a lot of questions, all this detail. Sometimes it's helpful to call staff members or call Mr. Kramen and get those questions answered, unless, of course, it's something that is troubling and you don't get the answer you want and it's not fully clarified, then certainly you want to bring it to our attention. Item 6, of course, Director Spitzer cannot participate. I need a motion from both boards on item 6, consent calendar item 6.
On behalf of San Joaquin Hills, I make the motion to move.
Thank you,
I
Director
second that
Miniker.
from Foothill.
I'll make a motion for Foothill.
Second on San
second.
Joaquin?
Okay, who gave a
Second
second
on
on San
Foothill.
Joaquin? Okay, Director Connors, we have our motions. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your patience on the first part of the consent calendar item. Next, let's go to San Joaquin 7, 8, and 9. Just San Joaquin 7, 8, and 9, which would be page 5 in your agenda package. Thank you, Director Connors. And a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Director Piotr. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Those are approved. Foothill, the last art would be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 10 through 14 for Foothill, beginning on page 8. Foothill only. Would any director wish to pull one of these consent calendar items for further discussion?
I have a question on just 13. Can I just ask my questions on 13 and 14 together?
Certainly. Let's have a motion for 10, 11, 12, and 14.
Moved by
Wait,
Christina Shea.
Move 10,
Oh, sorry,
11.
then I'll second it.
10, 11, 12.
Chair Caruth, we do have a speaker for 14.
Oh, as we do. Okay, so 14's been pulled.
And 13?
Director Spitzer and 13.
Okay.
So 10, 11, 12, we have a motion from Director Voights and a second from Director Shea. All those in favor?
Aye.
Foothill, opposed? Okay, that carries. All right, back to Director Spitzer on 13.
Mr. Kramen, do you mind giving us an update on these two items, just the state of the situation? I've been briefed by my county council from the county issues that I think the board has resolved from the supervisors, but if you could just update, where do we stand now with respect to these two items, please?
Yes, Director Spitzer. So the Oso Bridge design contract amendment is a modification to our design contract to include comments from Caltrans, some, maybe if I could let Mr.
Bott?
Bopp give you the brief update on those.
Mr. Bott?
So on agenda item 13, which is the Oso Bridge Design Contract Amendment, basically those fall into three categories that we're looking at in terms of amending the contract. One is data collection and mapping, plan changes and fact sheets, and bid document changes that we're asking for this amendment for a total of $95,626.
And then on the next item, item 14, is just some language modifications in the co-op that were requested by the county that we have worked through council and are now bringing for approval. And then after completing the work of 13 and with executing the change on 14, the county is prepared to move forward with the AAA Services Advertise, Award, and Administer this contract.
My question is the county requested indemnification? Is that the crux of it?
I'll let our council describe the word changes.
Mr. Rubin?
Correct, Director, it is. It has to do with indemnification language.
Okay, so the county just said, look, if we're gonna take the lead on this project, it is a TCA project, the county's doing it, but we need you to indemnify us, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that, we just added that and that's it? That's the
That's
only
the only
amendment, correct?
modification.
All right, great, thank you very much. And I can vote on this even though I'm on both sides, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, Director Spitzer?
No, thank you, Mayor.
And before we have a motion, we'd like to hear from Don Urbanek.
Oh, I have some documents for you. Can I go?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to come and make sure that you're aware that the Capistrano Unified School District did some facility studies. And what was found in the Kitchell reports, and I gave you a link to those, is that the Tesoro High School is showing soil movement resulting in structural cracking in the foundations, the walls, and the roofs. And I'm saying that that's probably because you are now grading a toll road less than 100 feet from a school, a sensitive receptor. And I would find it to be very offensive to the California taxpayer that the TCA take on the responsibility of the forthcoming lawsuits when the county has acted poorly in having the ranch build a project that there is no real CEQA for. So there's going to be many lawsuits following, and I have filed Williams complaints, and Capo didn't answer, so the state of California is going to intervene and come and see what's going on down here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I need a motion from Foothill on item 13 and 14.
Chair, I didn't get
Yes.
to ask my questions
Oh,
or comments.
Director Ward.
I'm sorry. On number 13, the Oso Bridge Design Amendment, San Clemente is strongly opposed to the board taking any action on this. That letter has been sent to, I believe, Mr. Kramen and maybe legal counsel. I'm questioning why it was not sent to the full board so that we are all aware of what the issues are. There's a pending lawsuit from our city on this issue. This seems to be something exactly like the 24191 connector, where we keep spending money and keep going forward to do something on something that we may not be able to do. So I think I would ask that no direction or no action be taken on this, and number 14, because we are also suing different parties on the cooperative agreement that that on a violation of CEQA. So we're being asked today to spend $95,000 more redesigning the Oso Bridge, when we know that project was sent to the county for a bid.
Do you have, are you making a motion?
Yeah, I
in
make a
opposition
motion
to
that,
those two?
that we do not, that this board takes a step back. I don't know what the hurry is. Keep spending more money,
Do you have, is there a second to that motion? And you're referring to 13 and 14?
13 and
Is
14.
there a second to that motion?
Well, I know we're trying to run a meeting efficiently, but I think she's made an allegation. I don't know the letter. Maybe I've seen it. I know that her council, the county council, and our council here have been in discussions. But can, at least we get an answer from staff, a response from staff, maybe.
Mr. Rubin? There's no
Then
second.
I'll second it. There you go. I
All right,
seconded it
we have
there,
a
Scott.
second. Mr. Rubin? We'll go back to Mr. Bob.
Yeah, Director, I have seen the letter. We think the claim is unfounded, and I'd prefer not to speak about it any further since it is an active litigation, but I can say we believe the claim is unfounded and we see no reason to delay.
All right.
You satisfied with that response?
I think you have to be very, very careful about how you talk about potential litigation and pending litigation in open session. That's why the Brown Act allows for closed session. So my question just to maybe wrap it up, when will we be going into closed session on an update on that litigation? So at least the directors know where we stand on it.
At the next meeting.
In February? Okay, great. Yeah, based upon what I know, litigation is litigation, all kinds of things happen. Things move forward all the time. So unless there's an injunction, right, lodged by a court of law, given all these maneuverings, there's no reason not to continue forward, so.
Okay. Are you
So
withdrawing your second?
Since a motion's been made, I'll make a substitute motion that we move Item number 13 and 14.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
To the substitute motion? All those in favor on Foothill?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, consent calendar item is now been approved, or items are now concluded. We move to board business, and our first item is, we'll be hearing from Mr. Claudia Magnuson, who will be talking to us about a business intelligence analytics solution, which is helping us hopefully to make informed decisions, supporting devices and so forth. Go ahead. Mr.
Yes, thank
Claudia
you. John
Magnuson.
Claudia Magnuson, Assistant Controller, Financial Analyst at TCA. The item before you here is to request authorization for the Business Intelligence Analytics Solution. This item was presented at the November Finance and Investments Committee meeting. It is part of our FY18 Best Practices Initiative. It helps fulfill our need for data analytics to support business decisions, and it supports staff's commitment to continuous improvements and efficiencies.
Anybody off if you need it, but we did get the staff report, and we are trying to get back to public comment, so.
I'll second it.
You second to,
I mean, I'm not trying to cut
I'll
anybody
move
off.
San
If you have
Joaquin's
questions,
side.
ask all day long,
all
but
right, are
if
there
you
any
don't.
questions for Mr. Claude Magnuson? No need to see the presentation because we're familiar with it.
I'll second San Joaquin.
Okay, we have a motion and a second from San Joaquin Foothill.
Move Foothill.
Thank you. And a second from Foothill from Director Wong. All those in favor
Aye.
of item 15? Aye. Opposed? Let's move to 16.
Thank you.
Which deals with image review services and how to deal with a greater demand for manual image review. And today we have Mr. Turkelly, who's here for a presentation.
I'll move San Joaquin.
Okay, we have
Second San Joaquin.
Second from San
I'll
Joaquin.
move
I need a
Foothill.
motion, Director Voight, and a second from Director Wong.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Okay, so if I could just share, we're getting a lot of pushback from certain directors that we're not transparent, we're not listening to the public. These items, even a brief presentation, is important so the public knows the work we're doing. By shoving these things through without some kind of update, even 5 minutes, is doing exactly what I'm hearing from this right side of the dais, that we're shutting down public input and public awareness. So why can't we allow our staff to have 5 minutes, just a quick update, and then we make a motion on it?
We have a motion and a second. We can
You
have
seem
a
to.
brief presentation if there are no objections. Mr. Turkelly?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alpan Turkel. I'm the Customer Service Program Manager. And the item before you is consideration of a contract amendment for manual image review services. So any roadway transaction processed using the vehicle's license plate is considered an image-based transaction. Image-based transactions are a bigger part of our businesses, and they account for approximately 45% of all roadway usage. TCA has been working with Global Agility to perform manual image review services since July 2016, based on the contract awarded in November 2015. The base term of the contract doesn't expire until June 2019, but the $489,000 in capacity is expected to be exhausted this coming February. The accelerated use of board's authorization is due to higher than anticipated work volumes. In this slide, you can see the comparison of IBT, which is the image-based transaction, volumes between April 2015, when the RFP was released, and September 2017. As you may know, we have passed 1 million accounts in June. This is approximately a 62% increase, and the biggest growth segments in this increase is from the express accounts, which grew 173% in volume. During this same period, total transactions increased around 10%, and IBTs increased around 36% by 1 million, approximately 1 million per month. While our automated systems handle the vast majority of IBTs and continue to perform, the increased volume of express accounts and overall transactions means more work for manual image review. In addition to the workload volume impact, utilization of the contract capacity was also accelerated due to the types of images sent to the contractor. The contractor is only paid when they return a license plate number to TCA. Therefore, a tiered cost structure was included in the original contract to compensate the contractor when the percentage of unprocessable images, such as null plates or vanity plates, exceeds certain thresholds. This is to fairly compensate the contractor for actual work performed. As a result of the considerable increase in the percentage of no-plate transactions, this tiered structure unexpectedly increased TCS cost. With that, to mitigate this cost impact, staff negotiated a new tier structure, reducing the highest rate from 4.5 cents to 3.75 cents, and retaining the 3-cent rate TCA expect to pay under normal conditions. Staff is optimistic that new initiatives such as fingerprinting and temporary license plates will provide more normalized conditions and reduce the overall image review cost in early 2019. With the tier rate result, the request before the boards today is focused on the increased volume of images and the contract capacity needed to perform the work. Staff recommends that the two boards authorize the CEO to amend contracts for a combined total of $400,000 plus a 10% contingency of $40,000 to cover the cost of services through June 30, 2019. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Turkelly. And questions about this contract amendment? Any questions? Okay, we have motions from both boards. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 16 passes. And thank you, Director Shea. You know, not all of us sit on all these different committees, and if you haven't had the benefit of hearing some of these presentations, it can be.
Well, and if I may say, we're here to share with the public the business of the TCA. It's not just to be here to allow public comment. And so when we just want to rush through our board important issues, just to get to public comments, it has to be balanced and fair. And we as directors need to be sharing with the public the work we're doing and what our consultants are doing and our staff are doing. So it just looks a little off beat here when we're just racing through it. So I appreciate that we're allowed to at least have a 5-minute presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Shea. Item 17 is something that some of our people who serve on city councils are familiar with, a Streetlight Insight online application. And Ms. Sue is here to explain this recommendation from staff to begin a 1-year subscription with this data company.
Good morning. I'm Juliet Sue, Corridor Manager in the Engineering Department. And this item before you is for a 1-year subscription with 2 one-year options to the Streetlight Insight online application, which allows TCA unlimited access to review and analyze anonymous vehicle trip data, such as origin destination, route choice, and travel time. With this vehicle trip data, we will be able to evaluate travel characteristics and travel behavior of vehicles both on and off the toll roads to support future capital improvement needs and communication opportunities. The data that will be available to TCA includes vehicle trips that start, end, or pass through Orange County with an additional 10-mile buffer beyond the Orange County lines. The application itself is a cloud-based interactive online application. The anonymous data is derived from multiple types of location records, including vehicle navigation systems, fleet management systems, and smartphone applications. Census and land use data information is also incorporated to enhance the contextual complexity of the data. This data is then converted to trips and activities through algorithms developed by Streetlight. So I'd like to demonstrate the use of this data very quickly with an example. So this is an example of an analysis we did work on with the city of Newport Beach. We looked at northbound PCH traffic at the morning peak period, starting at point A, and it's at the bottom of the screen, and wanted to know how many of those drivers eventually took the northbound 73, which you can see at the top of the screen labeled point B. The total number of drivers that made this trip was an average of 719 vehicles. We were then able to determine from the Streetlight application that 537, or 75% of those drivers took Newport Coast Drive to the 73 toll road at an average trip time of 9.9 minutes to get from point A to point B. 180, or 25%, actually continued up the PCH through Corona Del Mar and took MacArthur Boulevard to access to 73, and this trip time was an average of 12.7 minutes. 2 drivers continued up PCH to Jamboree Road to get to the 73, and that trip took an average of 23.5 minutes. So at this time, staff is recommending authorization to execute a 1-year contract with 2 one-year options for subscription to the Streetlight Insight online application, and authorization for the lump sum amount of $182 for the first year for San Joaquin Hills Agency, and $128,182 for the first year for Foothill Eastern Agency. And that's a total annual subscription fee of $256,364. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Ms. Sue, if I might, if we were to continue this subscription, these services, do we have a cost of year 3?
Yes, so year 2 and year 3 would be the same annual fee.
But if we chose
of-
to extend it, what would be the cost?
Oh, beyond 3 years?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, beyond 3 years, we didn't yet negotiate a contract amount for beyond 3 years.
I understand. Questions for Ms. Sue? Yes, Mr. Piotr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple things. One is, you talk about a committee review, but you never actually named a committee in your report.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was at the Joint Capital Programs and Projects Committee
Okay,
meeting.
and they recommended this unanimously, or?
With some caveats, which I'll talk about.
Right, so, yes, there were,
I wait to hear the report. Thanks.
Before we hear from Director Spitzer, Director Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Could you put the mapping data back up,
Absolutely.
please? How does this system account for someone who, if I look at the 2 vehicles at 23 minutes, 24 minutes, how does it account for someone who got on at point A, correct?
yes.
And made a couple of grocery stops along the way before getting up to the 73?
So the application, those 2 vehicles made a continuous route from point A to point B and did not stop anywhere beyond or longer than 5 minutes. So if a vehicle stops longer than 5 minutes, then the application understands that to be the end of that person's trip.
Great, thank you very much.
Director Spitzer?
Mr. Creeman, were you in our committee? Yes, you remember the whole conversation. We're going to limit this to the 73 corridor, I believe. We said we were going to concentrate in certain areas right now.
I think the demonstration of the application that we were going to provide was going to be a 73 demonstration or example, but the application will be used system-wide. There's no limitation on how we're going to use the tool by staff.
All right, well, I know you're going to give your 24191 Direct Connect report during CEO, and I know there was an attempt to try to bring it up, so maybe I could bring it up in this context. I know Director Murphy and I talked extensively during committee, because we both sit on OCTA, about the sensitivity now in light of what happened Monday at OCTA, for any perception by this agency that it may be trying to gather data or meddling in other jurisdictions vis-a-vis RCTC or OCTA, which is one of the major arguments against TCA on Monday when the board voted with only 3 dissents, unfortunately, to discontinue support of the 24191 flyover. So if this is system-wide, what can we say today if we were approving this? Because I think it's an outstanding tool. In fact, it's almost like crazy how much information now you can learn, although thank goodness it's anonymously. But how do we ensure that other agencies might not perceive this as being utilized improperly, especially after Monday's very strong admonitions?
Mr. Kramen?
I would say we're at a point in time where the more information we have access to, the better. And this, I agree with your assessment of what a great tool this is and how that will help us in many of the things we do here at the agency. What we in terms of any technical analysis associated with the 24191, I would defer any attempt on my part to project what that might or might not be until we take the information that was sent to Chairman Sachs in a letter through committee and to this board.
Well,
Can I have clarification?
You can say, of
Director
course,
Spitzer?
you're the chair. You get to do anything you want, I think.
Well, are you suggesting that we suppress information? I mean, that's like telling OCTA they can't study or model Los Angeles traffic because it feeds into Orange County. Are
Well,
you
first of all,
suggesting?
I haven't weighed in on this conversation. I actually chair that committee. And I was
That's
flabbergasted by what happened and how people who we thought were our friends and supporters abandoned us on Monday on the 24191 Direct Connect. So let me make that unequivocally clear. And Director Murphy did an outstanding job, and so did Director Chamberlain, who is an ex officio, outlining the importance of the project. So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about perception and the dynamics, which are incredibly sensitive. We talked about this in committee ad nauseum, and I thought in the line in the report where it says, Directors Murphy and Spitzer requested that staff outline details on the intended use. I walked out of that committee believing it was only going to be directed in the 73 area. Now, Director Murphy, I would really call on you because 4 ears are better than 2. Maybe I heard what I wanted to hear, but you and I were leading that part of the discussion, so I would ask, since you do sit on OCT as well, with the chair's permission, maybe you could help.
Director Murphy?
Yeah, I came away with the same understanding. I don't philosophically have a problem with anything, analysis being done on any part of the existing environment, but given the sediments and the moves earlier in the week from our sister agency related to the 24191 discussions, I would encourage this board to direct staff to limit any activity utilizing tools or moving forward to the existing system and not utilize it for additional analysis on either or any of the extensions without our understanding of it. I don't want to send any mixed messages given the direction of the other board. And I did vote against that motion, by the way. But given the environment now and given the fact that without partnerships with OCTA, none of those discussions are of any value, I would direct staff through the CEO to ensure that if this tool is added to the toolkit, that it's used on the existing systems only. I'm okay with looking at other projects widenings on the 241 existing as well. I came away as well with the 73 utilization as being the key, but I want to be very, very clear and delineate what it won't be used for as well.
I just need to be persuaded here to your point of view, and I respect certainly what both of you have done on OCTA. But do you honestly believe that the issues that these two agencies are having right now is going to be based on data collection? I mean, and dragging RCTC
Well,
into
here's
this?
what I do honestly believe, Madam Chair, and I've become much more attuned to this with my experience serving on both boards. Without two amenable partners, it's kind of like, I have to go back to sales because that's the thing I really know well. I'm not an attorney either, by the way, for those that claim that, and I don't play one on TV even in my brief acting roles. But the bottom line to all of it is you have to have two willing partners to work on a project. And if you don't have willing partners, and it became very blatantly apparent on Monday that was the case, one partner or one hopeful partner that continues down a path or is perceived to does nothing but further damage the relationship. So given where we are today, we have two choices, and the board can certainly vote to go a different way. My suggestion and urge would be that we be very clear and transparent of what it's used for and what it's not at this point, to save any of those misgivings or misfeelings. We can go a different way with this if you want. I'm just trying to get to a solution at the end of the day. And it's just been my experience when I've been out in my private life that if you don't have a willing buyer and a willing seller, so to speak, that you're never going to get anything done.
It's hard to have a project, though, without accurate information and clear information, and the agencies that are afraid of that are going to have a problem moving forward on any mobility project. Director Sachs?
Yeah, I just want to bring up the fact that how this data is utilized is perhaps some of the bone of contentions from our OCTA members that are on this board as well. But limiting the data for the operation of the 73 and the 241 and any other of the toll roads that we manage without knowing where commuters begin and where it ends, not even commuters, whoever's driving. Where it begins and where it ends is critical data and information. It's available now from a technology that's very interesting. And it allows, if nothing else, for us to understand and how to manage the current mileage that we have on both of these toll roads and in any other mileage, any other roads that we may be interested in working on the behalf of this toll agency and the roads that it manages. So how the data is used beyond the traffic traveling on those, even the 73, are we not supposed to be allowed to collect the 719 folks there that, of the 4,000 that utilize the 73? I mean, we have to have the data, and we need the data, and how it's disseminated and used with other agencies is something we can certainly talk about, but I will be voting in favor of this operation, this technology, and we can discuss it any other time, publicly or otherwise, how we disseminate the information to other agencies.
Director Spitzer, comment?
Yeah, Director Sachs, just a note, Frank Urey, former member of the City Council of the City of Mission Viejo, did an excellent job, and you should get a copy of it. I don't know who he CC'd, but I'm sure TCA has it. He did an excellent job before Monday's OCTA board meeting, outlining the issue very, very well, and arguing for the pursuit of that particular project. Unfortunately, it fell on deaf ears, but the only reason I bring this up is because this board voted to move forward with CEQA on the 91-241, and if you read Mr. Johnson, the CEO of OCTA, his argument in the paper, and if you listen to the meeting, he put out there very, very clearly that this agency, his words, not mine, doesn't listen, that they move forward with, we move forward, I voted for it, with the CEQA on the 241-91 when they asked not to, and that we were studying the 6-lane expansion on the 91 when they asked us not to, and a lot of directors at OCTA are very offended that OCTA was studying, TCA was studying something that some directors at OCTA felt was not in our province. So I don't disagree with either side in terms of your observations, and Director Murphy and I are not saying that this agency shouldn't do everything it needs to do to run its agency. All we're pointing out, we pointed out in committee, is we are dealing with some very, very sensitive issues at this time. And if you want to add fuel to the fire, this issue, I mean, I thought we did a good job in committee really narrowing it, but it expanded here today. So I think we just had a responsibility and a duty to tell you what we did in committee, how it doesn't appear to have translated here, and we have a responsibility, and we're being good stewards to let you know what the potential ramifications. Now, if this board wants to vote at a future board, maybe in February, to say, hell or high water, we're moving forward with the 241-91, irrespective of any other RCTC or OCTA's position, I'm a yes vote. And then I would say, put everything that you need to do to make that argument. Because, one, we have a responsibility to deal with the backup at Windy Ridge. Our customers are bleeding out into my city, Mark City, and they're using Cannon and other arterials. It's destroying the arterials when the toll road is not working as efficiently as it should. This argument that we would be taking up extra capacity on the 91 express lanes is ridiculous. And the other argument, and I talked to Karen Spiegel, who's the mayor of Corona, that somehow they have fatigue of construction. Fatigue of construction. We shouldn't wait to make improvements when we're trying to make improvements that increase mobility.
Madam Chair, if I
So-
could just jump in here, I think we're off base. We're talking about data collection. We're not here on the agenda talking
It's all
about
interrelated, Christina.
Well, it is to a certain point, but you're going beyond what I believe is appropriate for the
don't think
agenda
so.
item. And we're getting into that, you're trying to debate the argument whether it's, justified or not, and that certainly is something we can talk about going forward. But it's not on the agenda. We're talking about data collection.
It's how the data is going to be used, and Mark and I are worried about it.
Just to kind of wrap up, Director Piotr, and then Director Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Director Shake.
This diagram that's on the screen now is something that I've been asking for from staff for 2 years, and they finally got around to using this data to figure it out. And for those of you that don't understand the data, I mean, in a normal traffic study, you throw a rubber hose out and you count cars, and this actually counts origin, tracks where they go, and we understand where they're at. This map I have been asking for because there's a perception in my town that since the 73 was originally free between Bison and Newport Coast Road, that when it became a toll road, the traffic in CDM increased. And it's traffic that's through traffic, not people that are coming to CDM or going to and from. And so this actually shows the number of cars, which I think substantiates what the TCA and what my traffic department's been saying, is that there's very little impact through CDM. But the goal here was, from my point of view, is get CDM traffic off of, or get TCA traffic out of CDM and back on the toll road. And from the toll road's perspective is, you've got 719 people that are potential customers that we're not capturing. Is there a way to capture them? And so this tool is just such an effective tool to be able to analyze all of these things up and down our entire system, including perhaps the 91 and 241 interchange. But I agree. I mean, our cities are impacted by people who don't want to pay tolls. And if there are ways that we can figure out who they are as far as the numbers, whether or not there's a way that we can market those guys to get those guys to be toll payers, this is an excellent tool. So I think if we haven't already, I'll move approval from San Joaquin.
Thank you for that.
I'll second it.
And we have a second comment by Director Sachs.
Once again, it's never a bad thing to have data. It's how data is used that can be bad things from time to time, as we've seen many, many times. And speaking solely as the chair of the Foothill Eastern Toll Road, because of what happened last Monday, does not in any way diminish my intent and desire to continue to work with OCTA and prove a point, prove a course of action that is to the benefit regionally of mobility in Orange County. So hell or high water is not an attitude that will be taken by this body. And if you want construction fatigue, go to Atlanta, Georgia. They actually passed down road construction job opportunities generation after generation after generation. There's some construction fatigue, but we need this data to understand what's going on our current roads and toll roads. And without that data, we become ineffective to the point, as Director Piotr said, the value of this data just within his city is evidence of how this technology moves us forward. And even to the degree that we're having open conversations with OCTA, we may find data that benefits them to some degree or another, and these are never strident considerations that we come to. We look at all options, including no option. So I just think that you can't make a value judgment without understanding who's using the toll roads, where they're coming from, where they're going to, and The item's been moved, but I'd like to call for the vote.
Director Shea had a comment.
Yes, just briefly. We are an independent agency. We're looking at data collection. Our system goes to the end of 241 where it terminates, and it also 73. So if OCTA is going to get all, wound up about the fact that we're studying data right there where perhaps in the future we could have a flyover, but we may not, that's not something we should be worried about. This is an agency we need to support. If we're going to sit on this board, then we need to support what we believe is the proper operation of this agency. If we want to sit on two different boards and argue for another board, then I have a problem with that. I've been having quite a bit of a problem with it recently. So I would also say that when I know Director Murphy and Director Bartlett encouraged our staff to slow down, to not move forward, not to award any more contracts, and to work with OCTA, that's exactly what they did. They went out of their way to show our fairness and ability to work with OCTA. And OCTA, behind our back, put something on the agenda just to shut down our proposal, and I don't know, the point of it is when we were trying to create a good relationship with them. So I don't even see them right now as our particularly friendly partner. I don't think they should be directing the operations of TCA. And I just think this data is going to be very important for our future, and it covers both of our roads, and I think we should support it. It's just that simple. Thank you.
Director Sachs and Director Shea represent both boards, so we will be voting, but just prior. Director Miniger, you had a question?
I have a-
For Mr. Director Piotr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick question for my colleague, Director Scott Piotr from the City of Newport Beach. I heard that your city is doing using a similar type of technology to do the survey of origin destinations. Is it true?
Yeah, we're using Bluetooth technology.
How much is the cost of that?
I can go into the details later, but we've got 6 permanent installations that'll happen for about $180,000.
Thank you.
Director Ward, question's been called, but one last comment.
I would agree with Director Murphy and Director Spitzer that caution should be taken on this. What I read from what OCTA did was they asked us to stop. And one of the reasons that they were required to ask us to stop is because we kept going. We kept studying. We kept redesigning and engineering. And I heard we actually came up with a construction plan and a detour plan and to something that had an agreement that had not been made. And so OCTA felt that they had to say, let's put a stop on this before we can figure out the corridor, and Riverside County Transportation System can do that also. So I would proceed with caution. I'm certainly not going to vote to open this up to keep studying data over and above just what we currently have. I'm only going to vote for that, but
Well, thank you, Director
you need to
Ward.
move with caution.
Thank you. Mr. Kramer wishes to speak, but, when you look at this issue, it's a big one because it deals with public safety, not just on the 91, but certainly on the 241. Mr. Kramer, comment?
I would just remind the board that our role is the sponsoring agency for that project, and Caltrans is the lead agency for that project. Through the planning phase, that project was passed through the regional planning system and given to us to proceed with, and that's what we've been doing. It's not our intent, and I really appreciate Director Murphy and Director Spitzer's comments and their guidance as we work forward to partner. I think as Director Shea said, I'm in my role and my staff in their role is doing everything we can to work in a partnership, and we will continue to do that. Because of the action, I do feel that there is work we need to do in committee and information we need to bring back to this board in order to be very clear on the guidance given to myself and to our staff of how we proceed on that. And that's what we will be doing through the committee process in January, and we will bring this back to the board when it's ready to be brought to the board, hopefully as soon as February. We're not trying to wind anyone up here. In fact, we're doing everything we can to unwind people. These are never easy, and we're doing everything we can to be good stewards of our responsibility here and move forward. And to the traveling public, for a great project for the region, but at the same time, we will work with our partners and we will take your direction very seriously in how to proceed, and I look forward to those discussions. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second from both boards, therefore everyone votes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Wait,
And what's
I'm a
direction
yes.
board?
Spitzer is a yes for the San Joaquin and a no for the Foothill Eastern.
Okay, Ms. Ochoa, you have recorded that? And yeah. Thank you very much. So you are a no vote on both?
He's only on
For the
one.
record.
I'm only on the one, sorry,
On the
just for
one.
Foothill Eastern,
Okay.
without the clarification.
And
Obviously, I make my life in technology, so it's not a concern that way. It's a concern just on the usage.
We understand. Thank you.
And Chair, that would be the same for San Clemente. San Joaquin is a yes, Foothill Eastern
Foothill
is a no.
Let the record show that. Thank you. Let's move on to item 18, which deals with the Saddle Club parcel acquisition.
Madam Chair, would you mind if the San Joaquin board members adjourn to closed session now? Since we have closed session after this Foothill item only. Well, you'd have to stay. Wearing one hat.
Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If that is,
We have public comment before
we
closed
need to
session.
sorry, Mr. Piotr, you could take a break, but we were asking that San Joaquin members stay as well. Yes,
all right.
Ms. McFall.
All right, good morning, board members. The item before you today is to authorize the chief executive officer to finalize the purchase transaction for the Saddle Club parcel. The parcel is located in Tribuco Canyon, is 32.73 acres, and it's adjacent to O'Neill Regional Park, as well as other lands in Tribuco Canyon that are permanently conserved and near Tribuco Creek. On October 10th of this year, the board in closed session authorized staff to negotiate the terms and purchase price of the acquisition of the Saddle Club property for a price not to exceed $4 million. Since that approval, we've completed the appraisal. We've completed our due diligence, including the Phase 1, a preliminary title report, and a property inspection, as well as doing a biological technical report. The technical report for the biological resources consisted of identifying over 14 acres of oak habitat, as well as 13 acres of coastal sage scrub. The property is also identified as critical habitat for the California gnatcatcher and the Arroyo toad. It also has jurisdictional drainages that are subject to the Army Corps of Engineers and the Regional Water Board, and also identified over 19 wildlife species during the survey. Acquisition of the property would provide for permanent habitat protection. Otherwise, the property could be developed into 4 home sites. It also provides the agency with advanced mitigation, similar to past actions that this board has taken. With this opportunity, the agency would embark on a dual use of the property, where we could allow recreational uses as well as permanent open space, including continued equestrian uses. So the staff would work with OC Parks to develop a plan of how to implement those recreational uses. Upon approval of the Foothill Eastern Board today, we will work to close escrow on the property tomorrow. And then we will develop a use plan and present it to the environmental committee and the board for approval. At this time, staff is recommending approval to allow staff and the CO to finalize the transaction and close escrow. Please note that the total amount being requested is less than what was identified in your staff report, and that's because we got an estimated closing cost that was less than what we originally anticipated. So prices to not exceed $3.7 million. Initially, it was $4 million. For that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. McFall? Yes. Director Ward.
Before, when the board was presented with this land, we were told that it was only going to be used for existing projects that we had. And now the report says that it can be used for future projects. Can you explain how that change happened?
It's still consistent with what I presented to the board in October. So we have a need for mitigation, advanced mitigation. in fact, I have it right here before you. These are all of our planned projects on the existing system and what we've identified as a need for mitigation that this property will serve. So this does not show the 241, anything south of the existing system. This is the existing system and its widenings and interchanges. And we have a need for additional almost 600 acres of coastal sage scrub, as well as 40 acres of riparian, and then 6 acres of oak. And then we also have another mitigation site where we have a need for 13 acres of oaks due to fires. So this will help satisfy those identified needs.
Okay, so it could not be used for any extension of the 241 South?
If this property were to be used for anything in addition to what I presented today, that would be subject to the board's approval when we brought forward a package of mitigation to the board. But at this time, we're not suggesting that this property would be used for that.
Okay.
So,
Further questions? Yes, Director
so
Moreno.
just to be clear, the intended use, both that we've said publicly and now we're learning privately, is for recreational use or to mitigate environmental access for
Correct.
residents. Okay, so I move the item for approval.
Thank you, Director Moreno. In a second, from Director
With the
Boyce.
comment, I too, am in support of item number 18. Something that is passionate to me and my family is outdoor recreational use. Many of the mitigation properties that have been bought by other agencies and in the past have closed off these public lands for use of mountain biking, horse equestrian, hiking. And I gotta say that Mr. CEO Cramen and TCA staff, you guys made it very clear that this will be open to the public and allow the continued use of equestrian trails, hiking trails, and mountain biking. So I move this enthusiastically, thanking you for your consideration of leaving that natural beauty of Chabuco Canyon open to the public. So thank you, and I support the motion.
We have a Foothill motion and a second. All of those in
Whoa,
favor?
slow down, I got a question.
You got to be faster.
Well, I'm kind of, really? I gotta be faster, all right, sorry.
fast.
I need to understand legally something. This was agendized as a contract with Saddle Club LLC. And as I'm flipping through, it's signed by Jeffrey Pack of Stonefield Restorations. What's the legal relationship in that regard? Does anybody know? Is Mr. Pack here?
There is yes, he is. If I could have him come up to the podium.
I need to know that because I may not be able to participate.
Okay.
I didn't understand that.
Okay.
We searched Saddle Club, but I have to understand that.
Sure, I can have him come to the podium and answer the question.
Supervisor, Stoneville Restorations is my company, and also I am the manager of the LLC of that Saddle Club. So there is a relation between those two.
So between you as an individual and Saddle Club, there's a legal relationship?
Yes.
You're a controlling interest?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I had no idea, so right now I just texted somebody, my treasurer, I need to do some due diligence. So right now, just show me as not participating, okay?
Showing not participating. Thank you. For the record, could you state your name again?
Jeffrey Pack.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other comments or questions? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor on Foothill?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Thank you, Director Ward. In opposition. And reflecting that Director Spitzer is not participating in that vote. Let's go back to our public comments. The first three speakers will be Diane Dolson, Jim Habig, and Jeff Kaplan.
Madam Chair, can I just share that I will be leaving around 11:15 because my granddaughter has a musical and I will return for closed session.
I understand.
I
Thank you,
just want to
Director.
let everyone know that's why I'm leaving.
Thank you, Director Shea.
Diane had to leave.
All right, let's hear from Jim Habig.
I was the one that was going to present the video, and since I can't, I got really nothing to say.
We look forward to seeing that
Great.
at our next meeting.
All right, thank you.
Jeff Kaplan?
Okay, thank you. My name is Jeff Kaplan. I'm president of the Villa Pacifica Homeowners Association, who has passed a resolution in opposition to the 241 Toll Road extension. We comprise about 67 family individual homes, including the Ridgeline System, park, significant other open and common areas in the city of San Clemente. abutting Avenida Pico and Avenida La Plata. Whereas the association is comprised of individual homeowners, members who are stakeholders held responsible for liabilities, land maintenance, safety issues, environmental issues, Orange County Fire Authority, fire zone areas, slope stabilization and renovation, preservation of flora and fauna, vandalism, other costs associated with the development on the association properties. We do not want to see this extension. It impacts tremendously on the cost of our small community. It causes all kinds of detrimental effects on our community as far as costs, as far as impact of the toll road on us. It will impose increased costs in adjacent homeowners associations and communities. It will cause imperishable health and harm to the environment, pollution, decrease of ambient air quality. It will cause creating public health problems in our associated communities. It will generate a myriad of new sources of light pollution, noise pollution, increased noise levels that we already can hear even from the freeway where we're about 2 miles in. It would create intrusive vibrations affecting adjacent land uses, including portions of the association. It would expose our residents to major geological hazards, particularly given the history of the same within the affected association. It would impair scenic vistas. It would generate obtrusive light and glare. It would significantly impact wind, result in substantial new shadows, conflict with established recreational uses of our community, create additional demands for public services, adverse impact through our community, which is not gated, causing major traffic problems. It would eliminate access to a lot of the surrounding areas and local communities, and would create a nuisance to the residents in the association. It would reduce our property values, would increase the risk of fire within the association, already very high in fire hazards severity zone. And of course, it would create significant costs and expenses to our homes and families. Finally, it would divide the city. It would create other effects on individual people who live in our community. And finally, I would just say that we are totally opposed to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll hear from, the next three will be Mr. Prestige, Hada Hantus, and Kristen Kamulia.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Bill Prestridge. I'm a resident of San Clemente for 32 years. I was going to come up here and talk about how great San Clemente is and what a sleepy town it is and how your toll road will ruin our quality of life. But after listening to the opponent's documents about how the toll road is not really impacting South Orange County, it starts at Mission Viejo, how the current toll roads are not alleviating traffic in Irvine, how on earth can you build a road that is not needed, not wanted, or not used in San Clemente? My second idea is that I see on your documentation that 24.8% of your fees come from developers. Well, if developers are supporting your toll roads, they're interested in building more houses. They're going to build more houses, cause more traffic. How's that going to alleviate traffic in our South Orange County? It's not, okay? You guys are so much in debt. How can you talk about building another toll road if you can't make the payments you have and you're in debt now? And nobody uses your toll roads. I've used them 3 times in the last 5 or 6 years. Thank you.
Hada Hantus? Did I even get that close? How do you say your name?
Gada Gantus. Close enough. Good morning, board members. My name is Gada Gantus, and I am a resident of San Clemente. I've been living there for almost 20 years. I guess that makes me one of the riffraff that the earlier gentleman referred to. I'm very visual, so I'm not here to present you with words and numbers. I'm here to show you some pictures. These are pictures of structures in our town that are being affected, that are being destroyed due to landslides. San Clemente is known, the soil in San Clemente is known to be one of the worst in Orange County, instead of in the sense of it being landslide prone. And we've had some issues already that I'd like to share with you. This is a structure. This is St. Andrew's Methodist Church. I'm sure many of you have seen it off the freeway. When you're driving the 5, you can see the large white cross from the freeway, and it's also a very prominent triangular structure. That's the facade that faces the 5, and it's very near the Pico exit. On the other side of that parking lot is a the red roof there that you see is actually Bright Horizons Early Education and Preschool. Both of them share a parking lot, and that parking lot has been affected by damage due to a landslide. If you look at the aerial view of both of those structures, you'll see that they sit on a hill that is landslide prone. It's an ancient landslide area. And what is interesting to see is that it's also potentially where the Route 14, proposed Route 14 would go. So it would be very close to that area that's already starting to slide. These are images that were taken starting in October. So in April, the churchgoers started to notice some cracks in the parking lot, which again is shared by both the church. On the left side is the side of the church. On the right side is the side that goes towards the preschool. 20 of their parking spots have been affected. I think it's more now. This was back in October. And they have geologists right now who are looking and investigating the cause. So this is again from October, the cracks continuing to grow, and the parking lot is sliding. This is from November, so a month after the cracks began to surface, and you'll see the damage is extensive. This is a hole that is continuing to form as that left side of the parking lot is falling down towards the hill that goes towards Pico. That is that hole in close-up, and I actually could fit through that hole. So just to give you an idea about the proportion. As I said, they've now covered it just to try to prevent additional damage from the rainwater and moisture, but the cause is under investigation. And my whole point from this presentation is that hill is sliding. So we ask you to consider where you put any route. San Clemente soil cannot handle any toll road going through its city or anything in Orange County.
Thank you for your
South
comments.
Orange County, thank you.
Thank you, and that will be part of our public record, so thank you for submitting that. And if you might refrain from your applause, I would really appreciate it. Next is Kristen Camulia.
Good morning, Chair Sachs and Chair Caruth and members of the board. My name is Kristen Camulia. I'm here today on behalf of the South Orange County Economic Coalition. We are an organization that promotes economic growth in South Orange County. We strongly believe in working collaboratively with the business community, along with municipalities and public agencies, to ensure that we have an economic climate that supports job growth and fiscal strength. We strive to attract new businesses and encourage business expansion throughout the region. We support the infrastructure needed to improve and sustain our quality of life. And to have such a quality of life, we need to improve and upgrade our infrastructure on an ongoing basis. Our key infrastructure focus is on reliable energy, clean, affordable water, quality schools, and yes, improved mobility. Our 2017 annual South Orange County Economic Report, which was produced by Saddleback College, revealed some key indicators for the South Orange County region, including that South Orange County contributes approximately $28.5 billion to the overall Orange County economy. It revealed some of our region's strengths, such as the fact that jobs, and especially high-paying jobs, continue to increase, and that technology and R&D focused businesses are establishing a large footprint in the region. The report also highlighted our regional weaknesses, which include the fact that transportation infrastructure cannot support significant economic growth. The report is really designed to be a tool for local policymakers such as yourselves to understand our regional opportunity gaps and encourage action, and infrastructure, and specifically mobility, are challenges that were identified as a top limitation for our region's economic growth. In closing, the South Orange County Economic Coalition applauds your board's diligence in working collaboratively with your partner agencies and staying focused to find much-needed transportation solutions that will eventually benefit our region. Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Gail Haduka, Michelle Schumacher, and Anna Dickinson.
Pulling up my presentation, just one second, please. My name is Gail Hajduk. I am from San Clemente. I have lived in San Clemente for 35 wonderful years. I am on ground zero for the toll road. I look at it. But today I'm not going to talk about all of those wonderful things like ruining my land. I'm going to talk about why do we need this toll road? I'm a marketing instructor. I have an MBA. I'm an author. And I can't understand, and nor can many other people in my community, why we need a toll road. So you've all talked. But I'm going to talk about the future, because I think much of what we've read, I've looked at up much of your material, and I can't find anything about what's happening. Like, what's the future? What's 10 years from now? What's 20 years? What's 30 years? It will probably be, if somebody approves this toll road, God forbid, 10, 15 years till it's built. So what's the world going to look in 10 and 15 years? So I thought to myself, I have a cell phone. This cell phone came out 10 years ago. 10 years ago. How's this cell phone changed your life? How? It's your camera, it's your photo album, it's your flashlight, it's your message machine, it's your mailbox, it's your GPS. You don't have a map anymore. That's this little thing. What's technology going to do to transportation, to cars? What about autonomous vehicles? Some of you think, many people think, that's the Jetson age. The Jetson age is here, right now. There are towns being built in the United States which are being built without any garages because shared cars are going to be used in those towns. Companies are redoing their subdivisions to have one car because we're going to have less cars. The amount of cars on the road are going to decrease tremendously. Shared driving is here. Autonomous vehicles are here. Where is the literature? Where is your research on that? We have smart roads, smart cars. Let's be smart people and design for the future. This is not the dinosaur land. This is Jetson land. Let's get with it. We talk about having big companies like Amazon and Google and those companies coming here. Really? Do they want to come to dinosaur land, or do they want to come to a community that builds for the future and not based on past data, but future? Look to the future. Look to the Jetsons age, not dinosaur land. Thank you. A white elephant is not what I want built in my community.
Thank you, Ms. Hajduk. Michelle Schumacher.
Hi, good morning. My name is Michelle Schumacher. I thank you for having us here today. I just wanted to say it's the board's responsibility to provide direction to the TCA, to be our public oversight. Taking on new debt is not responsible when it's not clear if the existing bonds will ever be repaid. A substantial portion of the current debt is in the form of the capital appreciation bonds, which defer both principal and interest for extended payments for an extended period of time, allowing the TCA to have much smaller debt service payments in the early years, but will result an annual increase to the total debt rather than a reduction. In 2015, the grand jury report stated great concern about the TCA's solvency, since the TCA already carries 63% of the total debt for all JPAs in Orange County. The TCA needs to pay down the bonds and not take out new debt to extend the 41. The 91 connection project and this 241 extension are fatally flawed. It sickens me to come here monthly and have all these studies and marketing and all this money spent. You guys should be paying down the bonds. The Pacific Research Institute in 2013 report stated the TCA's business model is unsustainable. Since the 2013 report was issued, the TCA has refinanced 6 times, only for the F for the foothill, okay? San Joaquin has its own refinance history. So the amount due now is 4 times higher. This is going in the wrong direction. The $1.1 billion taxpayer bailout is proof that the TCA does not have a sustainable business model, and unsuccessful businesses should not get to expand. We ask the board to no longer utilize funds for sponsorships, events, advertisements, memberships. Rather, we want you to pay down the bond. And it infuriates me to have South Orange County Economic Council and the Business Council here who are paid by you guys to be speaking, while we come to speak from the public, and we are not paid. The toll roads is, okay, so I'm sorry, I've gotten behind on this. So here is from the TCA's Venture Strategic Contract, and it states the following facts. Toll roads are built without taxpayer subsidies. Nothing could be further from the truth. The development fees, they've collected over $2 billion since inception. They auto-increase without board's approval. I take issue with that. I calculated the cost for our family's portion of the development fee for our home, purchased 10 years ago, and our family will pay $16,000 to $20,000 over a 30-year mortgage depending on the interest rate. I'm sorry, you wonder why there's no affordable housing in Orange County? That's a good place to start. Also, just stop. We want you to stop now. Since I'm not allowed to speak later, here it is. If you've never been hit by a TCA phony survey, it goes something like this. If you lived in Outer Mongolia, 4,000 miles from nowhere, and you were promised a toll road from your place of civilization, would you want that? If you answer yes, then the TCA publishes Everyone Loves the Toll Roads. By the way, Not My Toll Road is not after a president. It's because we don't want a toll road, because we don't like the finances. And we never said anywhere ever, go check 95,000. 9,500, get your numbers straight.
Thank you, Ms. Schumacher. Now it's a chance to hear Mrs. Dickinson.
Good morning. My name is Anna Dickinson, and I'm a resident of San Juan Capistrano. I'm also a South County real estate broker. I want to thank the TCA for looking forward and for reviewing traffic relief options. Traffic congestion in South Orange County is bad, and it's going to get worse. This has an adverse effect on our quality of life and the financial growth and stability of the region. It is imperative that resolutions and studies be implemented. Choosing to do nothing is not an option. South Orange County projected increase in housing, its population growth, and job growth over the next 20 years will be significant. There are 14,000 new homes currently being built just east of San Juan Capistrano. And although needed to reduce the housing shortage, will result in 30,000 new residents and increased traffic. The vast majority of Orange County voters will not take the time to come here and ask you to push forward with traffic solutions, but this is why we voted you into office. So please, do the traffic studies, the research, and see if we can find ways to reduce traffic congestion to improve everyone's quality of life, avoid a future consisting of monumental traffic delays, a degradation to our everyday life, and support economic sustainability and growth for South Orange County. Thank you.
Now we have author Tom Barnes here, we have Vaughn Barnes, and our third speaker will be James Rosen.
Honorable TCA board members, Madam Chairman. The notion to extend the 241 toll road through San Clemente via Route 14 is a harebrained scheme. Until this option is removed from the spaghetti map that we can now see, last time we came here, we weren't allowed to show slides. Now we can, so we're making some progress. We had to have a storyboard last time. Until this option is removed from the spaghetti map, no serious discussion of mobility issues, that's code for the toll road, can take place. The spaghetti map, this mystical creation, when asked, toll road officials say it came from the public. What public? Has driven the discussion. Whatever its origin, this map will not lead to a project initiation document as claimed by the TCA. Or if it does, following the spaghetti map is the road to nowhere. Each one of the strands of the spaghetti needs explanations. The devil is in the details, and the details are missing. We need to know the exact location of each route, the topography and terrain, including landslide areas. its proximity to open space, decibel levels, how close it is to business, houses, and schools, and a myriad of other details, including maps like the following. Let's see if I can get this one. This is what I call 10% of Route 14. What we've done is put a detailed map in order. This is my wife's work, and she will be coming up next, that shows about 10% of what Route 14 will look like. It's taken approximately 9 other slides like this one to complete Route 14 to Cow Camp Road. This is the work that TCA needs to do instead of spending their resources and wasting everybody's time on PR firms, propaganda messaging, push polls, and ascertainment studies of dubious value. If the objective is, as the TCA states, to evaluate these ideas, and on the spaghetti map, which will lead to a, quote, formal environmental review process, this objective has failed miserably. If this process continues as it has in the past, the only sure winners will be the lawyers who stand to make a killing at the expense of the residents. The TCA assumes the residents of San Clemente and other South County areas will go away. They won't. Their lifestyle and livelihood is being threatened. Both the Save Trestles and Closed Songs movements were successful against overwhelming odds. Will the SOS, Save Open Space movement, have the same result? Don't bet against it. Why does the TCA insist on shoving this fatally flawed Route 14 down the throats of San Clementians? It's time to get real and eliminate Route 14 from the spaghetti map. Of all the routes on it, it is the worst.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Ms. Barnes?
TCA Board. I'm Bonnie Barnes, RCCA Board President, representing 5,000 residents of San Clemente. This is TCA's diagram of Toll Road 14 at Pico and the I-5 as posted on getmoving.org, oc.org, excuse me. For clarity, labels and street names have been added by me. Red arrows show a current large landslide from St. Andrews parking lot on the bluff and on the slope facing Pico. Caltrans removed about 450 lineal feet from the base of this slope to widen Pico, including a vertical slope cut up to 40 feet high to construct a huge retaining wall shown here. The 1983 Irvine Soil Engineers Geological Map and Report and TCA's 2003 and 2005 Environmental Impact Reports all indicate that this slope is unsuitable for cutting or landfill. This landslide area is part of the unstable Monterey Formation that runs northwest from Pico to the Desheca landfill. There are many bluffed-up homes, like the ones on this map above the church, along the proposed toll road to the Desheca landfill. Cutting into the Monterey Formation to construct a toll road along this route could cause more major landslides and structural damage to hundreds of homes and endanger lives. A lawsuit has been filed regarding damage to a home on Frontera associated with the Caltrans I-5 widening project, Babcock versus Caltrans et al. This is the southwest section of St. Andrews parking lot above Pico and the retaining wall. On December 11th, an on-site geologist said the landfill land conditions are worsening every day. And this is the northeast section of the parking lot. The land drop is significant and fissures are expanding north towards Bright Horizons, a preschool on the bluff. This shows the landslide from Frontera. Plastic covers a diagonal land drop about 50 feet long and a horizontal fissure about 35 feet long. And this is the retaining wall along Pico constructed after the base of the slope was removed to include a vertical slope cut up to 40 feet high. TCA Board, please do not approve Toll Road 14 along the Monterey Formation from Pico to the Desheca landfill. Thank you.
The next speaker is James Rosen, and the last speaker in this public comment period will be Brian Harrington.
Hi, my name is James Rosen, and I have been a resident of Orange County since 2004. Professionally, I'm a management consultant. I frequently advise large corporations as well as their boards of directors. I've been a senior executive at IBM, at Accenture, number of other companies in the management consulting and technology space. I have a master's in international economics and Chinese affairs, which is to say I'm pretty comfortable with financials, and that's what I'd like to talk about today. Most of you are probably pretty excited about your financials. I happened to go through your audited financial statements and found a few things that I found a little bit curious. So I'd like to point those out and then leave them for either response or more likely we'll probably discuss them in closed session. As you're all aware, and some in the audience are aware as well, and by the way, in today's comments, I'm only looking at the Foothills Eastern financials. You have $2.4 billion in outstanding bonds with debt service that is going to be increasing beginning in 2023. If you look at the audited financial statements, and I'll look at them in a moment, I'll pull them up, they show $700 million annually. Happen to think that that may be a misleading record that you've published, but that's what it is, and you contrast that with your total operating revenue of $197 million, and the question then becomes, how do you maintain your coverage ratios of 1.15 or 1.3? They're two different calculations, as you may well know. Again, very exciting stuff. I'm sure you're all jumping up and down about this, but my question is, how do you plan on servicing that debt, in particular when looking at various scenarios? So here are the underlying numbers, again, pulled from your audited financial statements, the $2.4 billion, and here the listing of what your annual debt service requirements are. Now, note, if you look on the side there where you're looking at in 2023, it pops up. If you look at your financials, it actually says annual debt service of $700 million. Now, more likely, that is an accumulation and it's a misstatement in your audited financial statements. You might want to take a look and speak with KPMG and your financial analysts about how you prepare your financials. It's kind of important to be correct in the details there. The question I would have then is, first off, if that is correct, it doesn't seem likely you'd be able to make those payments. If it's incorrect and it's rather an accumulation of the 5-year period, then you have very limited buffer time. You have very limited buffer in order to maintain your coverage ratio. So the question is, how have you done the scenario analyses as you antagonize residents of South Orange County who will be flocking away from the toll roads? Have you run scenario analyses to see not only the upside if the economy grows and people stay in cars, but the downside if people stop driving, and in particular stop driving your roads?
Including that. Your comments. Last speaker, Brian Harrington.
All right, my name is Brian Harrington. Thank you for the kind introduction that I received earlier. I run a group called Citizens for Traffic Relief, and it is true that I am also from Oceanside. And that's the exact point. You can hear the animosity in their voice when they say that. And that exactly proves it, and that exactly tips their hand. This isn't solely a traffic war. This is a culture war. These San Clemente residents hate outsiders. They hate the people that drive on the 5. They hate your constituents, big North OC city people. They value the dirt in their town over the lives of commuters from Riverside and San Bernardino. You heard tons of testimony today about how the dirt is more valuable than people. And that's why I founded Citizens for Traffic Relief. That's why I have an issue here, because this bottleneck is real. So if we want to just talk about traffic, we can talk about just traffic. But if we want to talk about the social justice issue behind this, that this kind of anti-growth, elitist, selfish behavior, I'll wait on the video. I won't do it today. Okay, that's all right. Thank you. This behavior is the same behavior that's causing the housing crisis. This is the same behavior that homeless people are dying of heroin and hepatitis on the streets. And I have an issue with that. I have a personal issue with that. I'm also interested in the future. And that's the reason why I'll be around this issue. I'll be bringing my group, Citizens for Traffic Relief, to these meetings because I believe it matters. And I would really urge all of you to just stay the course and continue to show the strong leadership that you have. I don't envy your position at all. Very thankful to be a part of the discussion, be here. All right, hope you all have a great end of the rest of your year, and we'll see you next year.
That
Thank you.
concludes our public comments, section
Madam-
2. And
Madam Chair, if I might,
Yes, Mr. Moreno?
just to clarify, can I ask the commenter a question?
Yes, Mr. Harrington, we normally don't have a
But-
back and forth dialogue, but yes, clarification, if you would mind, sir.
Yes, not so much a dialogue, since you referred that he was mentioned earlier. Just to clarify for the record, are you a paid consultant by TCA?
No, I'm not.
Are you a paid consultant by any consultant firm that's contracted by TCA?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Before we go into closed session, we have a request by Ms. Lee. She would like another vote on item 18, so I'm going to need a motion, Foothill motion in a second, to allow that second vote. That's the question. Ms. Ochoa, do we have a quorum for a Foothill vote? We don't have a quorum for a Foothill vote.
If you lose a quorum, then you need the majority, or you need the majority that would have been required had the quorum still been here. So I believe it's 6 or 7.
We can, Foothill may vote on this?
Can
Okay,
still
well,
vote.
before everybody moves, if we could, let's have a second vote on item 18, which is the Saddle Club parcel acquisition. So
I would like to recuse myself based on the Levine Act.
I need a motion and a second. You're abstain, of course, you're abstaining for Mr. Spitzer.
I'll support her removal off that vote.
Okay. However, we need to vote on 18 again. Am I correct, Mr. Rubin? Yes.
Why is that, Madam Chair?
If he's recusing, well, for Spitzer, do we vote on the entire 18 again?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I need a motion and a second. I have a motion.
May I make a point of clarification? Director Spitzer announced he was not going to be counted on that vote, so he's abstained.
Correct. So I need a second.
So why are we, I'll give you for a revote?
Yes.
A second for the revote.
Okay, thank you, Director Voights. And a second from Foothill.
I am Foothill.
Second.
You only need Foothill. We're only talking about.
Right, I know, but I need a second for Foothill. So it was
Yeah,
a motion and a second from Director Moreno. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. And Director Ward is opposed. And that takes care of Ms. Lee. Let us, Mr. Rubin, closed session item announcement? Mr. Rubin? If you could state the need for a closed session?
Yes. We're now going to go into closed session. The 2 closed session items are set forth in the agenda, specifically pursuant to Government Code 54957. Both boards will be adjourning to closed session to discuss the public employee performance evaluation of the Chief Executive Officer. The other closed session item is San Joaquin Hills only, and that's pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. We'll be having a conference with real property negotiators, Michael Kramen and David Lowe, to discuss price and terms regarding the easement over a portion of the property located at 3300 Jamboree Road, Newport Beach, California, 92660. The negotiating parties are Fletcher Jones and City of Newport Beach, and I don't anticipate reportable action from either item.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. And for the public, we will have our third public comment period following closed session. I don't know. We won't know that. Depends on the length of the discussion.
There was no reportable action.
We are going to hear the last of these 6 speakers. There's only 6 speakers left. I'm going to move you up in the agenda if you don't clap. I see you clapping here. Ann Ronan, Linda Williams and Elizabeth Porter. No,
Anne.
not here.
Anne.
Anne Ronan is first.
She left.
Oh, okay. She already spoke. Linda Williams.
Linda Hernandez Williams. I am a 4-month resident of San Clemente. I did come last October and spoke at your meeting as well. I was at my first No Tow Road meeting 9 days after we moved in. We did buy our house 3 years ago and didn't know that this was an issue 3 years ago, or that there was a possibility of the tow road would go past my backyard. We live on Calle Escuela, which is just south of the high school. So we look at right across the street at St. Andrew's Methodist Church, which we've started attending since we've moved. And we saw that crack, and that's what I wanted to talk about. And I brought pictures, but I didn't realize I had to submit them in advance. So I was glad that you had an opportunity to see the slide that's happening there at St. Andrews. It's scary to me because we were there in August and we saw a little slide, nothing, I mean, it was big, but it was just, and now I drove by this morning and it's a huge section of chunk that's come down. And the other lady who spoke showed kind of what that is. We are members of the Broadmoor Association, and we were told that the main reason for our association is to protect our slopes. The association maintains and waters the slopes because it's very important that they be maintained correctly so that our houses don't slide down the hill. I think about that and I think, okay, if there's going to be a lot of construction and pounding and all that, building a tow road in my backyard, guess what? How is that going to affect the slopes that are maintained there and where my house is? We also, when we moved in, we painted before we moved in, and there's a crack. My house was built in 1975, so I would think it would have been settled now, but there's a crack there, and that just tells me that the land is not all that stable. So I can't imagine, going ahead and putting a tow road back there and being able to maintain the stability of the area. I think those slopes are important, and I'd like to see them maintained. Thank you. Please don't do that there. Thank you.
Elaine Corder? Elizabeth Corder.
I'm Vanna White. You have it? Okay. Elizabeth Corder presenting the professional assessment of the survey from Dawn Royal, senior methodologist for 27 years with the Gallup organization. In her professional opinion and that of many of her colleagues that don't even live in South Orange County, this questionnaire is clearly biased to support the through pass. The wording is more positive regarding the through pass options, but more limited and negative for the other options. The wording was extremely complex and should be done at a 6th grade level. It's confusing to listen to over the phone, and people have no idea where the landmarks are. For example, where is the Stonehill connector? The scale on question 10AB is not balanced. Somewhat convincing as a choice, but that is not a middle point on the scale. The through pass description is more than misleading. It states many benefits, but hides the drawbacks of extensive construction, cost, eminent domain, etc. There are issues on the slide deck. Never present public release data in this limited fashion. Gallup has very strict rules on being extremely even-handed in the public release data and complete transparency in the reporting. It is very clear they had an agenda on this research. Methods page says they had N equals 1,000 telephone interviews and 590 online. What was the sampling frame for the online interviews? Were the online interviews combined with the telephone interviews for reporting? If so, how were the two frames merged? This is not a generally accepted research practice. What type of data weighting was carried out? What variables were used in the weighting? What was the population count source? They should report out a response rate for the data collection and the dates of interviewing. Data slides should show the full question wording for clarity. Most of the questions were extremely wordy and confusing to hear on the phone, even to a person who's done this for a living for 27 years. She had to have the interviewer repeat the questions multiple times. What confidence do we have that residents understood all of the options with the listing of streets that many aren't familiar with? Again, where is Stonehill? Some of these data labels in the charts are so truncated that it biases the interpretation. The do nothing slide is misleading. It was not asked first. It was asked only after all the highly prejudicial options. However, the real issue is that for the other options, they combined the acceptable and desired responses, but they did not do so on the do nothing slide. Why? If you look at the responses on questions AA to AF, all of the options that had adding lanes received positive responses of 58 to 70%. Well, the through pass options received 32 to 53%. So how exactly did they get that the through pass was preferred over adding lanes in slide 7? The legend is in wrong order on slide 9. Slide 12 is really misleading. They only offer the through pass in question 9, saying it was the only valid option. Would they have preferred to do nothing? This chart was from the paired comparisons showing added lanes beat through pass 63% of the time. Yet slide 7 contradicts this finding. If the toll road's such a good idea and benefits Orange County, why are these misleading tactics necessary? Triple taxation in the form of developer fees, tolls, and funds are used for road maintenance. And finally, on page 2, where Smith Johnson Research gives 12 survey conclusions, number 5 says the through pass option needs to be explained and is an unfamiliar concept. So how can any of these results be valid if no one even knows what the meaning of the term through pass is that you're asking them about in all these questions?
Thank you. Next speaker is Catherine Scheel. Not here? Matt, oh, there you are, Catherine Scheel.
Excuse me, I was going to say good morning, but it is now good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Chairman, and directors. My name is Catherine Scheel, and I have been a resident of San Juan Capistrano for 26 years. I am a member of the Coalition to Stop 9 and 18, the billion-dollar Beltway to Nowhere. I am a lawyer by profession. I unofficially represent the neighborhoods in San Juan Capistrano as an advocate against the Beltway. I am unpaid, and I'm completely a volunteer. Now to start my little talk here. To date, the stated focus that this is a South Orange County problem has been far too narrow. The rhetoric surrounding this issue has been unnecessarily locally divisive and city-centric. This is not a South Orange County problem. This is a Southern California mobility problem, and as such requires a far broader, a far broader approach. Most of the current TCA proposals are interim and insufficient solutions and fail to achieve the stated goal of broad regional mobility. As I understand it, the goals of this entire exercise are to achieve meaningful, long-term, extensive regional north-south mobility improvement and to relieve the extreme pressures on the Interstate 5. Ideally, the creation of a north-south parallel corridor to the 5 would provide meaningful and long-term relief. I think I'm nervous to talk in front of people, I'm sorry.
You're doing fine.
Except for Proposal 19 and possible variations of that proposed alignment, and I know that that might cause you some concern because there are a lot of concerns about how how Proposal 19 would be implemented and be permitted. But the current proposals simply lack the ambition and vision that such an undertaking requires, while costing billions and imposing destruction on several cities and communities. A truly impactful solution requires a collective collaboration of cities, boards of supervisors for various counties, the TCA, OCTCA, OCTA, Caltrans, Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, and other state and federal agencies. Quoting from the SCAG website, the SCAG region encompasses 6 counties: Imperial, Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ventura, and 191 cities in an area covering over 38,000 square miles. As I understand it, these agencies are collaborating to some extent that is unknown to our coalition to formulate a long-term solution to a massive regional mobility problem. I understand that TCA and Caltrans have been tasked with taking the lead in these efforts. The Coalition to Stop 9 and 18 encourages the TCA and Caltrans and all agencies under the SCAG umbrella to continue to explore bolder and broader proposals, such as the 19 or variations of the 19, and discard the many alignments currently under consideration, such as the 918, which would be costly, destructive, and ultimately insufficient alternatives. Southern California regional mobility, especially in the context of the north-south alignment to alleviate traffic from the 5, is currently a serious issue which will only increase as the entire area grows exponentially. This is the time to think broadly and boldly and establish a solution that effectively serves the needs of this large area of Southern California.
Thank you, Ms. Shield.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last two speakers, Mr. McGuire and Jennifer Aquino. Mark McGuire had to leave. Jennifer Aquino? She had to leave. Okay, understand. That concludes public comment section number 3, and we have two foothill items. Item 19, Valerie McFall will make a presentation.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Staff has evaluated the 20 ideas submitted to it through the last couple of years through the public forum, and I have Les Card here today with LSA who will walk you through that analysis.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Les Card with LSA Associates. Also, you'll notice it was a joint effort by Farron Piers, and Steve Brown, a principal with Farron Piers, is here with me also. Make sure I get my arrows right. There we go. Just a refresher, the South County mobility problem that we're here to talk about has been identified over the past year and a half as congestion on I-5 occurring in morning and evening peak weekday hours on weekends, as well as aggravated when there's incidents on I-5. Secondarily, arterial street access was also noted as a major problem. It occurs during peak transportation hours as well as incidents on I-5. Just an overall picture of the process we're in. What we've tried to illustrate here is the public outreach ideas. You see the circle on the left. That's where we've been for the last year. We are now in screening opportunity number 1. You see that we are here, arrow at the top. We're proposing to enter into the project study report. In fact, some work has already been undertaken on data gathering and engineering work on some of the options. That would continue in then with the completion of that into the project report, environmental document, final design and construction. Just to note that there's additional screening opportunities in this process. It would occur again during the project study report process when the alternatives that are moved forward would go through a finer screen, if you will, and more technical information would be developed against a purpose and need statement that will be developed. And actually, there's a third option of screening, which occurs obviously in the environmental document itself. That occurs at the front end during the public scoping process when there will be an additional alternative for public input. We put a timeline at the bottom of the slide just to give you an idea of concept of how long this process is. We've been at it for about a year and a half. We're at the end of 2017. The environmental process could take an additional 4 years to completion out to about 2021. Just to remind you, these are the same 20 ideas that have been on the books for the last several months. Those are the ones that we tackled. Our first job was to sort of sort these ideas and put them into certain categories because there were many different types of mobility ideas that were suggested. So the first category is a group that we defined as being addressed or implemented by others. Second category of ineffective or premature. Third category of having either regulatory or financial constraints. And then the last category, which we'll focus on, is the remaining ideas that we subjected to a mobility analysis. The mobility analysis that we undertook was a very course level, broad analysis that really looked at 3 areas of mobility. The vehicle hours of delay on I-5, focused in the area on Oso Parkway South, vehicle hours of delay on selected arterials that intersect I-5, and then the last one, congested vehicle miles traveled in South County, again, south of Oso Parkway. The resultant product of this work, you can see on this chart here where you see all 20 ideas that fall into the respective categories. In the first category, I'll go through quickly. The ones that are already being addressed or implemented. The Ortega Highway widening in San Juan is being implemented by the county and Caltrans. Extending La Pata to Christianitos is an arterial study being studied by the city of San Clemente. Idea 10, I-5 HOV from Pico to the county line has been initiated with a PSR, PDS work
by OCTA. The ones that we classified as ineffective or premature is the dynamic pricing option on the TCA facilities. While there is some benefit, it's very limited in terms of direct benefit to I-5. And assuming 20% of the vehicles of the total vehicles that they're autonomous, basically we feel that's a coming idea, but it's premature at this time. The third category is those ideas that either due to regulatory or financial constraints, we're not recommending further consideration of. The greater train frequency, basically dual tracking, an area where there's a single track has been studied previously in the South County MIS years ago. Due to cost, primarily cost, but it's not a feasible option at this point. The connecting 241 to I-5 at Christianitos, that's not a permittable project. Idea 19, connecting 241 to I-15 in Temecula was a very late idea. That's about a 26-mile option that goes through a national forest, and we do not believe it is realistic to pursue it as a direct benefit to I-5. And then the last one, double-decking the I-5. While that idea conceptually or functionally is actually embodied in other alternatives, idea 10, 11, and 12 both add additional lanes to I-5, but at a substantially lower cost than the double decking. So that's why we put that in that category. So that leaves us with category 4, and you see two groups here. The group in yellow are, while those are good mobility ideas, even cumulatively, all 4 of them would not solve the problem together. But the more important reason is these ideas are really already being effectively implemented by OCTA in programs they have, such as the synchronized signal systems, the bike lanes, as well as their ability to build out the arterials to the MPH maximum. So that leaves us with 7 alternatives that we're proposing to carry forward to the next step. They're not ranked in order or anything. They're just, that's the numerical order that based on the historical numbers. This is the map that shows those 7
You need to go back.
alternatives. What's that?
I'm sorry. You need to go back to the other slide. You went way too fast.
Okay, excuse me.
We need to read 9 through 18. Those are the
Okay.
ones you're advancing.
Yes. Number 9 is connecting Ortega Highway and Antonio Parkway to Avery Parkway and SR 73. 11 is add I-5 general purpose lanes from I-405 to the county line. 12, add I-5 hot lanes from I-405 to the county line. 13 is connect SR 241 to I-5 via what we call the western alignment. 14, connect SR 241 via the La Plata Avenue crossing. And 17 is connect 241 to I-5 via the Shore Cliffs alignment. And 18 is connect 241 to 73 and extend Crown Valley Parkway to SR 241. I'll point out that ideas 9 and 18 are really on that chart because they have substantial benefit to the arterial highways. They have a less of a benefit to I-5, but it's because of their impact on the arterial highways that we're suggesting they at least be carried forward to the next stage of evaluation.
Okay, can I,
Director Ward, did you have a comment?
I do. On area number 1, category number 1.
Yes.
You spoke that San Clemente is already studying La Plata Avenue to Christianitos.
It's my understanding that there's a contract that the city entered into about 6 months ago from IBI to study arterial highway improvements.
It has not been announced what arterials are being studied.
It has not been, and the question there, though, is that's an arterial highway study that would really be properly under the jurisdiction of the city, not TCA.
Okay.
Further comments?
Nope.
From Mr. Card?
Again, this is just a map illustrating these 7 ideas. And again, just finishing up, this is where we are in the process. So that completes the presentation, and either I or Steve Brown are here to answer any questions.
I have a question on this particular slide. By the year 2021, tell me where we will be on narrowing mobility options.
We will have completed the formal environmental process, and there should be one selected alternative project.
ballparking this, at what point do you think a mobility option will be selected?
At one point, well, during that process that's described as project report and final environmental document, prior to it being completed, there'll be public circulation of the environmental document with the results of all the technical work. And at that time, there'll be identified a preferred alternative.
So that would be closer to
Say 2020, is that fair?
2020, just
20.
projecting forward? Okay, 2020, we might have a mobility option narrowed down.
Correct.
For further environmental study.
That has gone through rigorous environmental and engineering analysis.
Okay, and will we also have, for instance, by 2021, more information from San Diego, a clear understanding of how San Diego's doing with not only their internal circulation issues, but how it relates traffic northbound to Orange County? Will we have information like that?
I'm confident we'll have more information over this duration. I can't speak to any specific,
2019 is when they update their next regional transportation plan, so we will have more information prior to us selecting preferred alignment.
Questions for either Mr. Carter or Ms. McFall? That's, no action is necessary. Thank you, with just a receive and file. Thank you, Mr. Card. Next item is Mr. Chesney, who will present the information about the countywide survey.
Good morning, Chair Caruth, members of the board, Mike Chesney, Chief Strategy Officer. The item before you is a presentation of the results of an extensive countywide survey conducted this past August by Smith Johnson Research, a subconsultant to Venture Strategic, our prime strategic planning consultant. The Venture team has been providing the Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency with strategic planning services, directly addressing regional mobility issues within the South Orange County area. The goal of this survey was to gather information regarding the public's perceptions, concerns, and desires related to solving South Orange County's traffic congestion, and was conducted countywide in an effort to understand the regional mobility implications. Jeff Corliss of Venture Strategic will now provide a brief summary of the survey and research data, as well as introduce Dr. Val Smith and Barakat Khalil from Smith Johnson Research to provide the top line results.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Board of Directors. I'm Jeff Corliss with Venture Strategic, strategic communications consultant for the South Orange County traffic relief effort. Skipped ahead. As you all know, I wanted to just describe briefly for you the nexus for conducting this research on this project. And just reviewing, just over 2 years ago, we began a public outreach process, very robust in the informal outreach effort that included more than 2 years of stakeholder and public outreach to the community, to stakeholders, to elected officials. It included the South Orange County Mobility Working Group. It also included several forums and also online outreach to communicate with the public, to talk about the need for traffic relief in the South Orange County region, as well as solicit their ideas to how we best solve traffic congestion in the region. Doing so, there were a number of ideas, as you all know, that were received from the public and from elected officials, 20 ideas. And as you heard from Mr. Card, the sorting document reviewed how those are moving forward in the process. Following that, what we felt was important is to measure the actual scientific sentiment of the public, to understand that in addition to all of the comments, all of the ideas, all of the feedback and the input through that process, to validate and understand that is the true sentiment of the public, is to survey the public through a countywide transportation issues public opinion survey. That research was conducted by Smith Johnson Research, who is a part of our team. Dr. Val Smith has nearly 40 years of experience as a statistician and researcher and in public opinion surveys. Dr. Smith and his team put together an extensive survey that included asking people about their experiences with traffic, as well as understanding their views on the various ideas that were brought forth, particularly those that we focused on that are within the TCA's purview. So I want to turn it over to Dr. Val Smith and Barakat Khalili from Smith Johnson Research, who are going to walk you through the methodology of that survey and also the questions that we asked and the results of the survey, and why the way in which the survey was conducted is important and what that means in terms of how we go forward. Dr. Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Barakat Khalili. I'm with Smith Johnson Research, and I wanted to just briefly go over the methodology with you, just to kind of give you a little bit of context in terms of how the survey was structured. And one thing I'll say before I get into that is that our research objective was to, as Jeff was saying, to clearly understand what public opinion was on this issue. And so our goal is, accurate measurement of opinion on transportation issues. So with that being said, the survey was conducted in two parts. There's a base sample of 1,000 live phone interviews across the county that was stratified by supervisor district. So there were 200 respondents from each supervisor district. And then we had an oversample of about 590 interviews that were conducted online from 3 cities in the South County region, San Juan Capistrano, Dana Point, and San Clemente. The interviews were conducted middle of August, as you can see there, and the sampling error we have for that is plus or minus 3.1%, and that's on the base sample. Now, as you go through the slides, you'll see data for the whole survey, and that includes the oversample, but weighted back to its proportion of the county's population. So even though we did get these 600 interviews from the South County region, we weighted it back so that everything would still be in balance and it wouldn't skew the data. But we have that oversample there available when we get to the questions that were asked specifically of those residents that live there. So we have enough sample for statistical analysis. And we also conducted some pre-tests at the front end of the field work in order just to ensure that the questions were clear and that there weren't any particular issues with how they were worded, because it is a very technical topic, and we were always concerned about making sure that the questions were clear and concise, especially given that many of the phone interviews were conducted over the phone. So the respondents have to listen to this audibly and be able to process what they're hearing and then make a judgment and answer the questions that we're posing them. And Dr. Val Smith will go into the rest of the survey and the analysis.
Thank you. Thank you. The way the survey was organized, typical of this kind of a survey, we start very broad with a broader topic of transportation, congestion, and measuring some psychographic variables. Then as the survey progresses, we narrow it down. And the reason we do this is so that we don't overly or unnecessarily prejudice any subsequent questions. So we don't give them any specific information and then come back and ask general questions without some purpose. And then towards the end of the survey, we will pick up additional demographic and psychographic variables to analyze and see what is actually predictive of the results that we obtained. Okay, we started off with some questions, and now let me just kind of preview some of the issues that we kind of confront here. The voters that we looked at were by and large interested in the topic. They took it seriously. We had a uniformly low number of undecided answers or no opinion types of answers. This was in part due to the fact that we were dealing with a topic that had interest for them and that they had some knowledge of. However, obviously we were broaching things that were technical. things that we had to provide some information. And we need to appreciate the fact that these are people who were not thinking about this issue before we called. They had some investment in the issue typically, but these were not people, we were almost, it was like we're catching them off guard in terms of thinking about the issue. So the task in front of people here is that they have to hear the question, they have to assimilate the information, they have to form a defensible answer to whatever the question is we give them. And it's done through, the base sample in particular is being done through an entirely auditory over the phone. So it tends to be a bit of a dense survey. So typical of this type of survey, we do a number of things to make it sort of, if you would, readable for them. And one is that we are going to use a number of labels. The reason we arrive at these labels is so we can come back to the referent repeatedly, that they can get comfortable with these labels, but also we can append to the label a fair amount of information. So it becomes a very careful balancing act between too much information and information that is just too rangy for them to handle. They're doing all this at the same time that most people are kind of hypothesis testing about us. They're thinking, okay, who's doing this survey? What are they doing this survey for? Are they representing one side or the other? All that's going to their mind at the same time that they're trying to answer these questions. So we spent a great deal of time, massaging, looking at, editing these questions. We went through a number of drafts in the double figures, a number of drafts of the survey till we thought we had the right balance that people could understand the questions and give us honest answers. And we're quite convinced that we accomplished that. We had very few people ask for questions to be reread. We had a very low number of undecideds, as I mentioned, and people were able to answer the questions. So we're very confident that we had a survey that yielded reliable results and pretty valid. So we went through some preliminary information with them, and we went through a number of options. And one of the options we listed as through pass, and that was referenced earlier in comments. So let me tell you why we arrived at this term. We didn't want, we wanted a label for this one of the four options that would be easily understood, would be descriptive, wouldn't bring with it additional prejudicial information. We didn't want it general, so we didn't just refer to it as a toll road. And we wanted something that conveyed the idea that sort of made it easy for them to understand that this was going to be a road that would drop down into the median, travel through San Clemente without any exits, and go all the way to the San Diego border without any off-ramps, on-ramps into this toll road portion. So that's why we arrived at the label through pass. We also thought it would be comfortable in measures of traffic. Obviously, people are familiar with overpass and overpass, underpass, other kinds of language that would make it easy for them. So one of the four options that we went through was, one was the through pass, which is the idea number 14. And we went through an operational definition with them on the phone, and you can read it there. One suggestion would be to extend the 241 toll road. So we began with noting that this was an extension of the 241. There was no attempt to conceal that with some kind of label, using a through pass. and here we introduced a term that no one had ever heard of before, we invented it, that would run down through the median of I-5 into dedicated express lanes similar to the 91 freeway. So now they have an analogy to relate it to. The through pass would run down from the foothills east of San Juan Capistrano, underneath Avenida La Plata and Vista Hermosa, cross over Avenida Pico in San Clemente, and drop into the dedicated lanes in the median between the north and southbound lane of I-5, continuing south to the county line before merging with I-5. So we think they were able to understand what we were talking about.
Excuse
Now,
me?
all four of these
Excuse me?
options.
Excuse me,
I'm
Director
sorry.
Ward, did you have something to
Yeah,
ask?
sometimes we need to ask you a question while you're on this
That's fine.
topic.
Just-
So this is exactly what you read to the people so that they could understand what a through pass was.
Yes.
Okay, in your other comments, you said you didn't want anyone to be misunderstood what it was, and that this would be something that would have no on-ramps or off-ramps, no exits, no anything like that. It would just run through the 5.
In
That
San
is-
Clemente.
That is not in this definition. So was that conveyed to the people on the phone that there would be no on-ramps, no exits, none of that? So that they would understand what a through pass is. I understand you invented the term and you were trying to figure out what that would be, but that definition of not having exits or on-ramps is not in this definition. So I
Well,
just want to
it's-
make it clear, was it clear to the people on the phone there was no exits or on-ramps or not?
Well, I would hope that what they understood was the phrase that it dedicated lanes continuing south to the county line before merging with 5.
Okay.
So they couldn't use a 5 exit, and we also gave them no indication that there would be any on-ramp or off-ramp. Now, that's something that could be modified down the road, but we did not give them that information. And we also wanted to make it clear that this wasn't just going to be a straight connector or merging with I-5 there at Pico. Now, all four of these options, we tried to give them both positives and negatives with each of the option. We did this for a couple of reasons. One, we wanted to be fair. Second, when I do a survey, I know I've done a very good survey. If people who hear the survey don't know if it's for the merger or the extension of 241 or against the extension of 241, then I know I've got a nice balanced survey. And also, another reason we give both sides before we ask them the operative question is that some people are inclined to sort of be nice. I'm married to a woman who's kind of like that. I don't understand where that comes from, but she's kind of nice and she wouldn't want to offend the person she's talking to. So we want to make it acceptable to give an honest opinion. So we want to make it comfortable for them. If they're opposed to this, we want them to be able to say, yes, I'm opposed to it. And we give them that excuse. If they're for it, we want to be able to give them that rationale. So we give them both sides, and we took these from what we believe to be the operative rhetoric at the time, for the most part, or the most salient arguments. So we gave everybody positives and negatives, and we said the advantage of the through pass is that it would not add to any traffic or I-5 or local streets. And again, that goes to your question. It would relieve the I-5 traffic and serve as an emergency access route for northbound and southbound traffic in South Orange County. The disadvantage would be that the construction would be over the objection of some San Clemente residents who say this would divide their community. Then we pause, the interviewer pauses, and then ask the operative question. Is this option desirable, acceptable, or not desirable? And here we're looking at the analysis and we're saying, okay, clearly the desirable is the positive answer. Clearly the not desirable is the negative answer. We can build a ratio or an index off contrasting those two extremes. But for those people that are kind of in the middle, we can say, is this acceptable? And we can later interpret that however however we want with the language, but this gives people three options. And we did this with every item in the block. So we asked we used the same format, and then we went on to the Beltway, what we called the Beltway option.
Dr. Smith, before you leave that last slide,
I just had a quick
Director Shea
question.
has a quick question.
And just to follow up, I was going to ask you how you came to the point of the through pass, because that is important, because it isn't a term that people are used to. But in all these questions here, nowhere do you say it's going to cost money, though, for you to take this new section.
Excuse me?
I mean, there's going to be a cost to this for people to write it. Is that not true? If the through pass goes through, is that correct?
Well, there's a lot of detail and a lot of technical information, a lot of background information we could have given. But as you look at the question and you imagine, okay, they've got to sit there while this is being read, we can't give them everything.
Well, the only reason I asked that is years ago that there was a proposal to put a light rail all the way through Orange County. And I think that through that process, 80% of folks supported that concept. But then when you put a ticket price to it, the support went way down. So I'm just saying, so that we're fair and transparent when we're asking these questions, clearly if we say that it's emergency access route, but the point is, I think we let people know, but this obviously is something that's going to cost you to get on it and eventually get off of it. And to me, I think that's a pretty big point, because sometimes I can't drive the toll road because it tends to get expensive if I did it every day. If my company paid for it, it's a different story, and many businesses do. So it seems like a critical point. I didn't know why you didn't bring that up.
Well, we referenced it as a toll road, implying that there would be a toll, but you're absolutely right, okay? There's a lot of detail. There's a lot more arguments that should be pursued in detail. And the obvious remedy to this, without too self-serving, is to do follow-up surveys with more detailed information. Fact is, the TCA just can't do enough surveys with competent survey firms. So that would be my recommendation going forward, given the necessity of more detail.
Dr. Smith, would you say your opening line here, which was extend the 241 toll road, was it the assumption that if you open it with that line, extend the 240 toll road, that people would assume it would mean the next segment would be toll? Is that one reason you didn't add further detail?
Well, again, we could have gone into cost, and then there comes the question of details. If I was doing a block of questions, and this is, on the serious side, this would be part of the rationale for doing additional survey work, we would go through a number of arguments in detail for it, and a number of arguments against it, and then come back and test the operative question again. And we could even look at alternative ways of broaching that cost. I mean, we could make the brief argument that it'll be largely paid for with tolls. We could also get into more esoteric alternatives. We talk about bonds and those kinds of things. But we can't measure everything in a survey. Because one of the things that I do not do in my surveys is I do not fatigue the respondents. There's the long form surveys that some of my competitors, I don't. I get them in, out, 15, 18 minutes, maybe 20 if they're really into the topic. And this was on the short side. So, again, it's all about trade-offs when you're trying to make these kinds of measurements. And we can't measure everything. So we didn't. But what we did, it would be fair to say, that's something that we need more information on in the future. We had the second, another option, and these were presented in random order, no particular order for all of the respondents. We have the technology to randomize, so everyone would get them in a different order, was what we call the Beltway option. And that said, one suggestion would be a toll road running east and west, connecting the 241 and 73 toll roads. It would connect the communities of Rancho Mission Viejo, Ladera Ranch, and San Juan Capistrano. The advantage of this east-west beltway would be the extension of the 241 toll road to the 73 toll road, connecting residential areas with job centers. The disadvantage is that it would do nothing to relieve north and southbound traffic congestion on the I-5 bottleneck San Clemente, and it would require the use of eminent domain and take many homes and businesses. Is this option desirable, acceptable, or not desirable? So that was the second option. You'll see how
Doctor?
that tests in a moment.
Dr. Smith, can you go back to that slide?
I'm sorry, Director Ward, did you wish to?
Yes. Can you go back to the other slide? Okay. Who told you that a connection in east-west beltway would do nothing to relieve northbound and southbound traffic congestion on I-5?
Well, I sort of intuited that from the fact that it is not, that it just simply empties back out onto the 5. So if the traffic that's coming from the northeast and intends to go, for example, to San Diego, it would still have to come onto the 5, come down through San Diego. And then this survey was reviewed by other people on my staff and the client. That was my reasoning.
Okay, so you were not informed of a prior OCTA study on the Beltway option that did take cars off the I-5? You were not provided that information from TCA?
Honestly, I don't know how it would take them off the 5.
Okay.
If anything, it seems intuitive that it would add to the 5 if someone's going south.
If they're going south, I'll agree. Okay, thank you.
I
You
think
answered my
those-
question.
I don't mean to speak for OCTA, maybe Director Murphy could respond. I think the east-west beltway has always been viewed to be an internal circulation. It wouldn't necessarily serve.
I've seen the past studies on OCTA, and that's why it was suggested as even an arterial, because it did remove cars off I-5. So I just wanted to know whether that was taken into consideration, and you answered my question.
Director Shea?
Yeah, just quickly, I appreciate that we stay with, I mean, the questions are very much appreciated, but to be pushing one route that I know Ms. Ward is pushing the Beltway, and suggested that's infringing upon Ladera Ranch and about San Juan Capistrano. I think that what we're trying to do is figure out what is the most direct route if we do want an extension to get down Trafford South County. So I really think even as directors, we're not supposed to be pushing or directing any kind of alternative until we get through the EIR process.
Then,
So
Chair,
think
I
we
need
be
to
careful with that.
clarify. My question's totally, I am not pushing that.
Well,
I
you
am not.
asked to have that
My
put on our
question is,
review.
no. My question
did.
is, I want to know what went into consideration for this gentleman to make the statement that it would do nothing to relieve northbound and southbound traffic. That was my question. It wasn't that I want the Beltway. Believe me, I just want to state for the record, I'm not doing that.
Well, I
Okay,
understand.
and none of my future questions will be about that. It will just be about the survey, which I asked to be agendized,
Well,
so
to-
that I, these
to
questions.
avoid a back and forth, I would assume your question was based upon the fact that you want to know what information he had before he proposed the question. But I think Director Shea is right. We need to stay as neutral as we possibly can, so we don't favor one option over the other and pollute the
And
process.
just for clarification, if I could,
Yes,
at a
Director
previous
Shea.
meeting, Director Ward did ask staff to put the Beltway proposal into the review. You directly asked for that.
Okay,
So
now
you
you're
can't
going,
back
you're
down
going
from
a
that.
far flung from this survey. That is not part of what we are talking about in the survey. We're talking about the survey and what it says.
Well, you're
So
making
I'll-
statements
well,
that you
I'm-
actually have done, so I just want to clarify that.
Let's wrap up that dialogue. Proceed, Dr. Smith.
And again, if this is a residual issue, in a subsequent survey, we have a question format we call the debate block, where we would probably put in those two sides of the issue. Some people say it does, here's a study. Some people say it doesn't, here's why, here's the reasoning, which side is more persuasive. But we didn't measure that here, okay? We didn't get to that depth in terms of this option. It's the option is as it was defined, nothing more and hopefully nothing less. In the four options, a fourth option was a do nothing, because it is an option. So we said one suggestion would be to do nothing beyond what is currently planned for I-5 improvements. Some claim that current I-5 improvements plus the recent open La Pata extension will provide sufficient traffic relief in South Orange County. The advantage of this option would be no new roadway construction costs or additional community impacts. The disadvantage of doing nothing means that it will continue to increase on I-5 and spill onto local streets in South Orange County. And again, we had the same operative question. Is this option desirable, acceptable, or not desirable? Okay, and so we had preceding this block of questions, we asked a couple of behavioral questions and scientific questions, one of which is we ask about congestion. We ask, do they experience congestion on I-5 in the South County? Often, seldom, or almost never. And you can see better than 4 out of 5 respondents said that they often see this congestion. We also asked the question, we said in the future construction, referenced that, the future growth of the county, and we asked them if they thought this growth would have a significant effect, some effect, or little effect on future congestion. And you can see, again, very high ratio. 2 out of 3 respondents thought it would get worse. Okay, and then here's the response to the doing nothing. Desirable, it was only, it was at 12.5%. Acceptable would be 29, and we had a majority who said doing nothing is not acceptable. So here's the backdrop that we're painting, okay? And that is, it's a problem. They often encounter congestion in South County. They think the problem is going to get worse. For half of those people who said it's often a problem, they said it affected their lifestyle. It was more than just an inconvenience. And they said doing nothing was simply not acceptable. So then we looked at those four solutions, and we can. One was adding lanes. That first one that I skipped through was adding lanes, and we again talked about the positives and negatives. The positive is that it would increase traffic flow capability on I-5. The disadvantage would be the cost and the eminent domain issue. And of the 4 options, we're contrasting in this graphic the percentage desirable to the percentage not desirable. And you can see it reduces quickly down to 2 desirable options, either the through pass or adding lanes. Doing nothing was unacceptable to a majority of the respondents, and the Beltway option was even much more unpopular. Then, after we went through those 4 issues, and there's a block I'm not going to go through here, it's a little more tedious, where we actually paired them and said, okay, A and B, A and C, A and D, B and C, B and D, D and C and D. So we had head-to-head comparisons, and in that we got the same kind of results. We had 2 options that were reasonably popular. The more popular of those was the widening I-5, but not by much. So after we had gone through the 4 options, then we narrowed it down and said, okay, if the only option you had to vote on was the through pass, would you vote for it or against it? First ballot you can see there is the vote countywide without giving any arguments for or against, simply the descriptions that I already gave you. Then we went through 2 summary arguments. One summary of the leading arguments for it, the leading arguments against it, and we came back and we asked the same ballot question again. And you saw that the 4 was still a majority, but it dropped by a couple. And the opposition was still a majority, but it picked up about 4 points. So we clarified positions for people if they were undecided. And so here's the result if they were only considering the through pass option. And we also asked them, when we gave the support and opposition arguments, we said, are these arguments very convincing, somewhat convincing, or not convincing? The through pass arguments were perceived to be more often convincing than, or very convincing than not convincing. And the opposition arguments were more often seen as not convincing than convincing. So for the group as a whole county-wide, they tended to agree with the arguments for the through pass, but, and it's important to know, given the way that it's turned out, that those arguments against did arouse opposition among an additional about 4% of the population. So those arguments clarified that for those folks as well. So this was basically kind of a wash in terms of the two ballot tests. Here's a critical piece of information. Bearcat told you that we stratified or established quotas for each of the 5 soup districts, and then we, all of the results in the survey, cross-tabulated this by supervisor district, and you can see in the county, there were more supporters than opponents. And this included District 5, the South County. Now, we're going to see later when we look at the oversample for San Clemente supplied an imbalance by way of opposition. But when we, represented San Clemente proportionately, then what we had here was, again, even in Soup District 5, you had majority support and a minority of opposition. I'd also note that found here that a lot of the variables we looked at, demographic variables, psychographic, a couple of those I'm going to talk about, and a host of appended variables that we took off the voter file. I had plenty of data to play with, including a lot of data from questioning asked that we knew about the voters from the voter file. And unlike most surveys, there wasn't much there in the cross-tabulations. Very little was predictive of how people responded to this. So it was not partisan, it was not ideological, it was not, by and large, geographic. Age was not a substantial predictor. Gender was not a predictor. Basically, you had 3 things that predicted it. One was the obvious, how often do I drive on I-5? Am I a commuter? Do I have a pass? Do I use these lanes? They were predictors, not as strong as you would expect. Obviously, there are people who, well, I'm never going to use a toll road, but I appreciate the siphon off some of the rest of the traffic. So these were not major predictors. And foremost among those, I think, in terms of theoretical importance, is that countywide, every district came out majority favorable for the through pass option. There were psychographic variables that I think had some predictive power. One was a question on growth. And we asked a question for the sole purpose of, okay, do you think there should be significant restrictions on future, or basically do you think status quo is okay? And that came out about 50-50, maybe a little more for a few percentage points more for the status quo. But when we broke those folks out, the restrict growth people were less enthusiastic than the don't growth. And this was a theory we had going in, that a lot of the opposition is driven by simply, I'm not happy with growth in this county. I'm not happy with what's happening with growth around, say, San Clemente. And that's the basis of my opposition. I also, attitude kind of explains how you had people, including a lot of people in San Clemente, who said, it's a problem, we got to do something about the problem's going to get worse, I don't want to do nothing, but I'm opposed to the through pass. Okay, how do you reconcile those? Well, I'm unhappy with development, and this is my objection to that, albeit somewhat after the fact. And then we did the same thing with environmentalism. Hardcore environmentalists were a little bit more opposed to it, not a lot. And then now I'm talking about what we did when we removed the base sample, except for the San Clemente, and we isolated and we looked at each of those different communities, and I'm not going to go through all of them. Most of the results weren't that exciting. But here's what we found in San Clemente. In San Clemente, on the first ballot, we had 72% opposed. We had 25% in favor. After we went through the summary arguments for and against, support dropped a little bit, opposition rose a little bit. Clearly in San Clemente, we had a clear opposition of 3 out of 4 respondents who were opposed to the through pass option after it had been defined, after it had been, we had discernments for and against. So we did measure clear opposition. But despite that, when we represented San Clemente proportionately to the 5th Supervisor District, you still had a majority of that district supporting. Okay? That's kind of the high points. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have remaining on the methodology. Let me kind of, if there are no questions, conclude by thanking you for allowing us to do this research. Yes?
I think, Ed, you said you had a question, too?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Before I proffer my question, I need folks to understand that while I was engaged in private sector employment, I took a number of postgraduate studies at the University of Nebraska in Omaha and the business school that was chaired by the Gallup organization down there. And this was done between 2000 and 2004. Knowing that, I just want everybody to understand that. Would you ever, and this will prove that I'm not a lawyer because I don't know the answer to the question before I ask the question. Would you, as a professional in the survey world, would you take a look at survey results and opine an opinion about the surveys without knowing and talking to who did the survey and have an opportunity to review their work papers?
Well, I certainly want to see the methodology, and we laid that out in the report. What I would say is, as a matter of policy, Smith Johnson does not do push polls. We even do canvass. We don't even do get out the vote work politically. We are strictly an opinion measurement firm. It doesn't say that we're not doing internal polling for people who have clearly a rhetorical objective. But the polls, we take effort to make sure that they're balanced, neutral where possible, and where we talk about messaging, we test both the positive and the negative. We don't do push pollings, and I have never once in almost 40 years and hundreds of quantitative research, never done a survey that used the word transportation in outer Mongolia.
So, and that was more information than I needed on that question. But my other question is, if some of the principals who I used to, if they still work there, I don't know who these people are that are referred to today, because my reference point only goes back to 2004. But would your company be amenable to discuss with the Gallup organization your methodology and approaches?
Certainly.
On this particular survey?
Our methodology, in my humble opinion, is the best, much better than many of my competitors. And we're fortunate in California where we have such a good voter file and I'm able to augment that voter file. We have superior sampling methodology that we're able to use. We can use a probability sample. It's not a non-probability sample. It's not a random digit dialing sample that would be questionable as to voters. No, it's defensible. I
Not
enjoy
asking if
talking
it's
to my
defensible,
colleagues.
would you be willing to talk to them? You answered yes, and that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Any other
I have a
comments or
few.
questions?
I have
Director
a
Ward?
few. Thank you very much for coming today. I appreciate it. Are you able to pull up your poll, your actual results, that report, that the public can see it? Or did you just bring
Well,
this?
in answer to the question, I've got all the question wording here if you want to see it. I do have my own software that is interactive. It's called Porpoise. And I would be happy to get online with you and go into, I'll let you elicit any question, chase anything. We can do sorts and we can do selects, and I can be the nerdiest person you've ever met. So.
Okay, I might take you up on that, but I can tell you the questions really quick that I have. The very first question, you ask about driving north and south on I-5, and you mention I-5 in South Orange County. Then in question 3, you also mention development in South County, but you talk about in question 4 congestion. While you are driving on I-5 in South Orange County, would you say traffic congestion and traffic slowdowns occur often, seldom, or almost never? My point is that you keep talking about South Orange County, and that's the premise of your questions. But then in the third, let's see, in the 7th question, which I'm going to go to, you talk about the Beltway, and you say the advantage is it would connect the 241 to the 7 to job centers, but you said the disadvantage is that it would do nothing to relieve northbound and southbound traffic congestion on I-5 bottleneck near San Clemente, and it would require the use of eminent domain and take many homes. So I jumped a little bit ahead, but quickly on the bottleneck part of I-5, are you aware of the OCTA project going for 3 years between Beach Cities and Pico to relieve just that same bottleneck?
Well, we reference improvements in the do nothing option, and we make the argument specifically that some people believe that the improvements that have been made, and I assume that's kind of what you're referencing here, would be sufficient. And therefore the best option, because we don't want to spend the money, we don't want to inconvenience San Clemente, the best option would be to do nothing. And you saw the results, comparatively speaking, of that do nothing option. So we did indirectly reference improvements in that part. Yes.
Okay, so it's just interesting that bottleneck, you're telling people in it, it will do nothing to help the bottleneck, when in fact we have a construction project underway to help with that bottleneck. So San Clemente feels that questioning is ambiguous and is misleading the poll. One of the things that I mentioned, the reason I brought up the fact that you start out in South Orange County so often, then go to a question where you say the county population growth is going to grow by 400,000 in the county. And you bring up Rancho Mission Viejo building 14,000 homes in the same sentence. Isn't that true that misleads people if you're talking to them about South Orange County, that South Orange County is going to grow by 400,000?
No, we didn't say that.
That's what the poll
We said
says.
the county is going to grow by 400,000.
But it's misleading.
And in Rancho, in that growth area, there's going to be 14,000 homes. All of those we believe to be reasonably correct. But yes, and I think of that question, we can say that obviously growth anywhere in Orange County in the north and the east and anywhere connected to toll roads is going to have some amount of effect on traffic going to San Diego and result in some congestion unless that do-nothing option of we have done enough to solve those problems into the future, unless that's true and we specifically tested that variable.
Okay. Well, I wanted to, and the public know that San Clemente, we thought that question was misleading by talking about South Orange County exclusively and then throwing in there that the county is going to grow by 400,000. It leads people on taking the poll to believe we're going to have 400,000 more people. We've got to do this. And yet you're talking about trying to fix something in South Orange. So that's what we thought was
Director
was
Ward,
not a valid
If they're
question.
adding 400,000 people, but there's only 12,000 units, how could anybody believe you could add 400,000 people with 12,000 units? I mean,
I agree, but this is getting people cold calling on a phone, like he said before, and they're not thinking like that. They're trying to figure out what a through pass is and things like. My last question, and it goes to support of the through pass, and it's 10A. And I'm sorry, because I have to find this. It says, many in favor of the through pass say that the toll road travels down the median of I-5. It will reduce traffic congestion on I-5 without adding any new traffic to I-5 or to San Clemente surface streets. Furthermore, it will do so with minimal intrusion on the environment or the city of San Clemente. Besides removing the bottleneck, the through pass will provide an alternative route to I-5, especially during emergencies. Now, knowing what you know, that the through pass has no on and off ramps, no exits, no on ramps, how does that through pass provide emergency relief? How is the city of San Clemente going to get on that to go to a hospital?
Well, if there was an emergency that we're referencing there, then my understanding is that toll roads can then be used for emergency travel. So if somebody, if it needs to be used, it can be used. For some portions of the county, it certainly allows for traffic on 5 to leave I-5 going north to pick up a toll road at some point north of San Clemente and go to the northeast. So it would have in an emergency.
I would say that no one in San Clemente is going to be able to get on it to go to the northeast.
Oh, no,
We have to go down below the county
and I
line
didn't
to
say it
get
was
on
an
it.
individual emergency. I said an emergency.
Well, even if the toll road would be available to us in an emergency if they have fire on it where we couldn't get on it, I'm stating the fact that we could not get on it, and people in the study did not know that this did not have any on-ramps or off-ramps. And so to me, the validity of this study and saying that it's necessary for emergencies is very questionable. And I question whether you think it's a valuable and reliable study. I think because of the confusion of the through pass and the issue with the on-ramps and off-ramps and exactly how it's going to go, and especially since you told people because it goes through the median of San Clemente, it won't do any damage to San Clemente, when in fact it's miles of toll road cutting through our city to get to that median. It will have detriment to San Clemente, and I think the people that took this poll, I believe that they were honest and tried to answer the questions. I think if they had known that, they would have answered it differently. So
question.
that's all the comments I have.
Thank you, Director Ward. Was your thought in those statements in the survey, as the through pass is built, that the traffic from the I-5 would go on the through pass so that the San Clemente residents would use the I-5 to get to really the only hospital, medical facility is Mission? So was that your thinking, that would be relieved on the I-5 by the through pass, which means San Clemente people, I assume that's what you're talking about.
Actually,
You would be able
the
to
way that
use
we
the
would go,
I-5 more easily.
the
if
way
there
that
was
we
le-
would go to Mission at this time without traffic is to take La Plata. We already have an alternate route to.
Okay, and the entire point of the through pass is that if you take traffic that would have, let's say, come down onto the Pico, got on without the through pass, got on to 5 and traveled through San Clemente. That adds to congestion for current projections. It also adds to surface streets as people try to avoid sitting on I-5. Well, if somehow we could take those folks who would have gotten on at Pico and traveled south, if we can reduce those because they can pick up a toll road and go straight to the, and if we can reduce the resulting surface street congestion, then I believe that is a net positive for the folks in San Clemente because it solves a problem that they said exists, they said was going to get worse, and they said doing nothing is not our favorite option.
Director Caruth, to clarify, there would be no on-ramp at Pico for anyone to get on. They would be able to get on the 5
That's fine.
freeway,
I think
but
maybe
that's
that would
most
be
of
the
us.
point. I think that would be the point that would be made from that
Right.
perspective, would be as traffic is alleviated 5, San Clemente residents would take the 5 to get to medical facilities, to get to emergency rooms. That's the point. You alleviate traffic. That's just, I'm just trying to explain
No, I'm trying to
how-
understand too, but
Right.
I think as far as the poll goes, I think we're going to be questioning how fair and valid. It was too ambiguous for people to understand. And I totally dispute the emergency need for this road because of the fact that it is going to be this through pass. So that's my comment.
Further questions for Dr. Smith?
Madam Chair?
Director Shea?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for all your effort and our staff for working on survey. What in the future, if we've even gone to that point, that you would see maybe doing a follow-up survey with a little more detail, following up from some of our questions? Do you see, I see that might be valid, and have you discussed that, and what are your thoughts?
No, I haven't discussed it, but I think I can give you some here. A lot of times when people do surveys, they either have a rhetorical objective, and we had none here, or they do it out of curiosity, and that makes doing surveys an expensive and sometimes unnecessary endeavor. Third motive for doing a survey is decision-making. So we believe you have reached the point at which public opinion can inform the decisions that you must make. That's the point at which you invoke let's go back and do more opinion research.
Okay.
So I think that ought to be a prudent guideline.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Further comments, Mr. Chesney?
Thank you, Chair. We just have a couple things we wanted to clarify. Jeff Corliss will clarify that. And I just wanted to add that these are top-line information. These top lines were distributed to the board October 11th, along with the full survey and clearly any crosstab information with any director individually with the team to answer details as much as we can.
Thank you. Mr. Corliss?
Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Chairman, directors, I wanted to follow up on 2 questions that were asked. One by Director Shea. Director Shea, you asked about including cost in this. Did we expose the respondent to that? And we did actually on question 10B in the support and opposition argument section after the first ballot test, where we say that the through pass opposition argument, many opposing the through pass, say the through pass will divide the community of San Clemente, the through pass will cost taxpayers and toll road users over $1 billion, and government will be using eminent domain to seize private property. Do you find the argument A, very convincing, somewhat convincing, or not convincing at all? And so we obviously did that to expose them to the opposition argument that we're hearing. And the second point I wanted to address, does that address your question?
Thank you.
The next question, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Chairman, is regarding question Director Ward asked, and that is regarding the arguments in support of and against the Beltway they're largely based on feedback from the public. So the conclusion that Dr. Smith arrived at in crafting the language in the question was validate all of the input and feedback we received during this informal public information gathering process, input from the public. So over the course of 2 years, we gathered lots of comments, input, feedback, and the most common arguments we would hear for and against a lot of these ideas and concepts that are on the table were things that we looked at very seriously to validate how the survey was questioned, to make sure it was fair and balanced.
You're saying on the Beltway, you considered the last 2 years in that question on the Beltway, the question that I asked,
What I'm saying
on
is,
whether it's provided north and south traffic relief.
what I'm saying is it was our intent to measure public opinion based on the arguments being made in the public on the support and opposition sides. So I don't draw any conclusions from that. I'm just trying to answer your question and acknowledge that our intent was to make sure it was a very fair and balanced survey and it accounted for the current arguments people are making in the public, because that's what is influencing.
Okay, well, I will agree that you have allowed the misconception of an east-west arterial, that it doesn't provide any traffic relief on north-south I-5. That has been continually in our materials in the last couple of years. So I would agree with that. That is a misconception. It is in the paperwork, so it's probably out there in the public. It's one of the things I don't agree with. East-west arterials actually do provide traffic relief, and not just on arterials, on I-5 also. And that's why it was suggested, whether it's that one, I agree, if people don't like that one, I told the possibility of another east-west could help Orange County and Riverside County very much. So I will agree if you're saying that's based on the reason he got that in that question is because that's what has been going around in the last year or so, I would agree with that.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Corley, for the group, the surveys in particular, Dr. Smith. I think everybody in this room has been exposed to push polls. We know what they are when we hear them and see them. We've been exposed to how damaged they can be sometimes and how you get these viewpoints that are skewed because of the person that's conducting. This is impressive, what you've done here, and that it is putting both sides, some strong language in those surveys is good, and you weren't afraid to do that, and it's neutral down the line. I know we have disagreements here on the board, but I just want you to many of us think that it's a well done. Thank you. Let's move to Chief Executive Officer's report.
I'm so sorry, I submitted a speaker card. For some reason, we're not taking agenda item
Right,
comments.
we already finished up with our third public comment period, and we'll see you back in February.
I imagine that you'll be hearing from me sooner than then.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Madam Chair. So I turned it off again. Okay, a couple of items to go over today. First would be to report traffic and revenue for the roads, the San Joaquin corridor. I'm happy to report for the period ending in November that revenues were up 4.5% with a 2.4% increase in transactions. And for the Foothill Eastern, revenues were up 6.4% in November based on an increase of 4.0% in. Yesterday, we received a letter from OCTA, or Chairman Sachs received a letter from Chairman Hennessy regarding the action taken earlier this week by OCTA. We had a good discussion of that amongst a number of items today. It's not my purpose into the detail of that, but just to report that we will be taking that information through our 91-241 committee before bringing that back to the board with interpretation and recommendations on steps forward relative to that. In the meantime, we will be reaching out in our discussions with OCTA in our efforts to provide adequate information to address their concerns and to partner with our other transportation agencies, including OCTA, RCTC, Caltrans, and that we're very much interested in moving that dialogue forward. In terms of some financial news, I'd like to ask our CFO to talk about some good news on our San Joaquin Hills Supplemental Reserve Fund.
Yes, thank you. As part of the San Joaquin Hills 2014 refinance transaction, we had established a debt service reserve fund of $93 million. This was in addition to the fully filled debt service reserve funds that we had at the time. And so we've been filling that with 50% of our surplus revenues each year. And I'm very happy to announce that yesterday we filled it up 3 years early. And so we shows that we've been ahead of schedule. Our revenues are performing very well. Also, for the record, I would like to make a statement in response to some of the public comments that were made earlier. Neither the Foothill Eastern Agency nor the San Joaquin Hills Agency is facing any financial difficulties. In fact, are very strong, as evidenced by our investment grade ratings by the 3 major credit rating agencies. Also, with specific reference to the audited financial statements that were presented as one of the public comments today, that is standard financial statement disclosure. It requires that you report annual debt service payments in the future, first individually for 5 years, and then you group them in 5-year increments. That is what we did. The amount that was for 2023 through 2027 of $700 million was in fact the total of the annual debt service payments for that 5-year period. And so that concludes my statements.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Any questions for Ms. Potter?
I'm sorry, it's not for you. I'm sorry. No, I don't have a question for you, but I do have a clarification. There's a
Yes.
potential issue. The last speaker that wanted to speak, I was privy to some emails between her and our clerk, and she was advised that she could only speak one time during this meeting, and if she wanted to speak on number 20, as our poll research results, she could not speak during the public comment. So I believe that's why she is still here. And we have emails to that effect that she could do that.
Why, I guess she's a friend or associate of
No,
yours.
no, no, I
Well, I'm just
represent her.
asking.
I'm the former mayor of San, represent her, so.
Sure.
I got the emails sent to me, and I think actually Martha sent them to me also. So I could see, that's why I asked you this morning if they were only going to be able to speak once, to clarify that. So I believe she has not spoken in this, and she was
She
waiting
has-
to speak on this
She
item.
has spoken, but she should have, is she public comment in the third phase if she wanted to have a if she wanted to comment on item 20? I
okay.
have no speaker form in front of me. She did
I'm
not
telling you
submit.
that the email from our clerk said she could speak on the item or she could speak in public comments. I'm alerting the board that there's emails to that effect, that she would have the, so.
Where is the speaker form? Yes.
Just clarification, again, this is, when we have our public comment period, you can speak to any item, whether it's public comment or it's an agendized item. So when she had her 3 minutes, she could have spoken. That's why she did have an opportunity to speak. She chose not to do it on that. And that's, again, it's the or, and there's the other provision of the Brown Act says you can have reasonable regulations and limitations on speaking. And like a lot of other agencies, we let them speak in the beginning, not like a lot of other agencies on any topic. And so that's perhaps, again, the confusion.
Well, we're
Does
gonna
that
have to
answer your
decide
question?
as a board how we're gonna do that,
Well,
because.
Director Ward, do you know why she didn't? She could
already
have
have.
discussed
She
item
did.
20 in her comments.
I
So-
believe because the email I was privy to told her that she could either discuss it during this item, during public comment.
Well,
That's
as the
what I'm
chair
trying to
today,
say.
I'm responsible. I don't have a speaker form. She didn't mention coming back to talk about 20. So if that concludes your executive, I think you've got some more information, right, Mr.
I
Freeman?
said I had a number of items, yes. So just one thing in terms of the gentleman who was about the individual form number 3 questions, and we have recently completed that work, so they will be posted before the end of the year. The FAQs have been up for quite some time here. The original intent that we had publicized was that those individual questions would be sent to those questions and provided an email address. We're going to go a step beyond that and post all of those questions and the responses on the website, so that should be up before the end of the year. Mr. Bennett brought basically the 9 and 18 submittal that they had prepared, which we very much appreciate that. I asked that we hadn't previously acknowledged the receipt of that, and I will follow up with that, and certainly we've received it today. And that concludes my executive officer's report. Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's move on to director reports. Director Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A number of times people speak during public comments, and they make what they believe, what I believe they believe are truthful comments. However, they in fact may not completely to their understanding, or they understand only that which they want to consume. To that point, on our website, Go OC, OC Go Go, you're a Go Go for OC, getmovingoc.com, posting what we're calling myths and facts. So I'd like to go over just 4 of them right now so we have a clearer understanding. The first one was the Pacific Research Group says TCA's debt will outpace revenues, and unless a substantial increase in ridership, the TCA will have to restructure their debt for the 4th time, adding over $1 billion in new cost. The facts are that at the recommendation of the Pacific Research Group, the state of California audited the TCA's refinancing plan and declared it fiscally prudent. The toll roads are in the best financial position ever, with record cash reserves, investment-grade bond ratings, and record ridership, approximately 330,000 transactions per day. On another item, it states that taxpayers are on the hook cost of the toll roads. The reality is taxpayers do not fund the toll roads. Taxpayers are not responsible for repaying the financing or construction of any TCA project or assets. The construction of TCA toll roads is funded through the sale of bonds to investors on the open markets. Debt service is paid through the tolls collected from users. The toll roads model for financing and construction transportation infrastructure is a successful alternative to the traditional method of taxation. Some local, state, and federal agencies are struggling to fund their own projects. The Department of Transportation is examining this method for use in the future. Third area that I'd like to discuss is the toll is a tax. Taxpayers are already being taxed to pay for construction of management of roads. A toll is not a tax. Instead of creating a tax, Measure M sales tax on everyone to pay for the construction of new roads, only individuals who choose to use them contribute towards their construction through the payment of tolls. Everyone benefits from the toll roads, even those who do not use them. Use of the toll road results in decreased traffic on the freeways and local streets, particularly during rush hour and weekend traffic. Nearly 1/3 of all South Orange County residents are customers of the toll road. 42% of northbound South OC traffic during rush hour 7 to 9 a.m. travels on the toll roads. Imagine if those cars were on the I-5. And the last that I'd like to respond to, and again, all of these are on the website. South Orange County is united against this plan. By county being united, the opposition group cities the city of San Clemente, 4 elected officials, and 3 political candidates as the united South Orange County against the plan. The reality is South Orange County consists of over a dozen incorporated areas. The city of San Clemente is the only city to officially oppose the South Orange County traffic relief effort, which is screening and planning to study many transportation ideas submitted by elected officials and the public through multiple public forums. In fact, several cities and organizations in the South Orange County region have submitted letters of support to the effort. So again, there's a number of these that we're responding to. It's on the website. I suggest you go there to review these. And that website again is getmovingoc.com. Thank you.
Any further comments?
Yes, I just want to wish our staff and all of the residents that still are hanging out around till 2:20 a happy holiday, a Merry Christmas. It's been wonderful to work with all of you, and even if we don't agree on everything, it's just good that we find a common ground and wish one another a happy holiday season, and I do that for myself and from our city and the city of Irvine. Thank you.
And with that, our meeting is adjourned.